Botrix said Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Fatu Artua said hello. Fatu Artua said, do you remember me? Sura Pal said WSG. Fatu Artua said, I am shook and
Okay, there we go. All right.
Fatu Artua said, do you watch anime?
No, I just draw them for no reason. Why do people ask that insane question? Is that a trolling question? That must be a trolling question. That must be. No, I just stumbled onto it. That must be a trolling question. Like, I'm very obvious. Like, that's like ask a game designer. Do you play video games? Like, what? That must be a trolling question. There's no way that is a genuine question. I see by check. Seems not that bad, nevertheless. Baby, you're right. Baby, you're right. Check. Seems not that bad, nevertheless.
Fatu Artua said, do you watch adulthood videos?
Let me see. Yeah, that's a trolling question. It's a dumbass question. Okay, let me see. Take it easy now. Okay.
Larry underscore God 100 just followed.
Oh,
code.caffeinated.app.docs.chat.viewer.event_message.attachment. 'Fatu said, do you have a name for that ghost plushie thing behind you? If not, can I name it?
Nope, his name is Gunther.
Jolly says hello.
His name is Gunther. Hello. I'll tell you something. Let's see here. Hey Ari, what's going on? Can be. I need you here with me. His name is Gunther. I hope the like, Ari, can you hear the fan? Is it too loud?
Fatu said, why are your drawings looking sus?
Because they can. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch.
Maddie said, no, I can't.
Okay. I'm glad you can't hear the fan. Get back no more. I've never strewn this angle before. Hold on. See if I can pull it off. Actually. It's sus because I made a girl sit on a log.
Fatu said, do you have a girlfriend?
Yep.
Kuma said, does your tablet need to be hooked up to a computer in order for it
Yes.
to work?
Yes. And back no more. Yes, it does. Oh, I made a mistake, so go back. Shit.
Fatu said, does your girlfriend have a YouTube channel? Kuma said,
Grizzled Shinobi says any recommendations for standalone tablets? My laptop bit the bucket last year.
I'm not asking no personal questions like that. Unless it's about the stream. My recommendations for standalone tablets. My laptop bit the bucket last year. Wait, are you asking me or are you telling me? I can't tell.
Rhythm Shinobi says asking.
Oh, okay. Your question was any recommendation for standalone? Most of my recommendations are right in my link in bio. I don't know from the top of my head, but like usually from like Wacom or XePen or Hudan are usually the best choices. But they're usually just industry standard because they're like the top 3, I think.
Bright Proclo says good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, bro, what's going on, bro? There we go. Let's move on to the next one. Bro, you don't hear the fan, right? You're not having any issues, right? Can you hear it or no?
Johannes 1.0 just followed. Ryuga Samurai said a little bit but not too overpowering.
Alright, so let me push it back more. Does that make a difference? Or no? It's the same. You tell me.
Ryuga Samurai said yep.
But yes is the same or yes is different? Aching.
Ryuga Samurai said different.
Okay. Is it lower or is it higher? I'm pretty sure it's lower. Just to make sure. The only reason I have the fan on is because the phone's getting old and it's hot. It's pretty odd. I gotta get a new phone. Receive in return.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at. Ryuga Samurai said I barely hear it.
Good. Different people to breathe myself. Release. It's not real. That you love me. No, but that thing seems to help. What I cannot give myself is that you love me. You love me. I wish that you love me. Oh. Phone cup, X woke up, X took my phone, and the voice is so dumb. But then we woke up, when you show up, place, turn off the lights, isn't it a game, bitch, you're not alright. Nashi. Teardrops in her eyes, she won't say goodbye. Right now, falling apart. Don't ever pull us up. Calling when she drunk. Teardrops in her eyes. She won't say goodbye. To call you mine.
Killer_Queen just followed.
There you go, follow. Hope. Okay. Oh, can't put that there because it could cause trouble. Wait, let's see where this goes.
Yes, sir, baby. On the radar radio performances. Yo, contest in the building. Performing landed in Brooklyn. I'm gonna step out. He gonna step in. All right, let's go. Just landed in Brooklyn. Went to the hub for some vibe. Just landed in Brooklyn. Like that. I'm on my villager tip. Bro came through with that fire. Like he came with a literal stick. Black tea, take a Hennessy sips. With a rake in my grip and placeable blade.
Yo, sorrow.
Out of the hood, need a rush, I was 6. Say less, cause I just landed in. Just landed in Brooklyn. Went to the hub for some pop. Shorty said she from Bushwick, but she on pay now giving top. Like, she ain't hopping on villager dick. She swallow my kids on her walk. I just landed in the hood. Finish moment in fresh pack of hops. Wait, fresh out of board and I'm strapped. Bitch, I'm lit off the woman in liquor. Who wanna smoke, they get packed up. Get tired of a frame on a picture. My bro got a stick and a saw hat. Came from a villager, scammers and killers. From the struggle, and I compare. I'm the only team that could serve nigga. This for the homies I broke friend with, split a 50 when we was still on EBT. I'm trying to move the whole gang out of hood to the family, girl, whole team gon' eat. Ain't about blood, about money, this family ties. I'm Kendrick and David and King.
Apple Frenzy just followed.
Tell the end the motto was buying me. I'm with the gang and we quick up. We mama give me all the messy circles. Like, rest of y'all suck my dick. Like, how my seat taste when that finger hold them up. Like, I do this shit so my brothers don't gotta be busting their yes for no come up. Like, what? Bitch, I'm the one. I leave them tape. Like, they gotta stutter. Wait. Just landed in Brooklyn. Went to the hub for some pop. Shawty said she from Bushwick, but she don't pay not giving top. Like, she helping on villager dick. She swallow my kids off the walk. Wait, I just landed in the hood. Finish me a fresh pack of hops. Stupid bitch. Damn.
Inside my thoughts, and when you start to think, the jungle closest starts to end up on the brink. So hard to do these cuts, they cut so deep I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. I can't see the cloud. Could we stop this gravity? Bringing me down. Could we stop this gravity? Say goodbye. from me so long ago. Laid awake.
Killian Ghost just followed.
How do you follow?
Omar just followed.
How'd you live again? I can't see the cloud. Could we stop this lunacy? Bring me down. Could we stop this lunacy? Say goodbye. Be strong and try to follow me.
Miles Morales just followed.
Oh, Miles, what's going on?
Miles Morales said WSP.
Not much, bro. Just doing my thing. Just doing my thing. Just doing quick practice. Draft sketches. But I'm glad they have you swing by, my bro.
Retroplo says it. Miles Morales, hey. Suwon's husband says, can you teach me how to draw other poses? I'm making an anime.
You have to become a student. To become a student, you have to subscribe either to the TikTok members or the YouTube members or Patreon or the Buy Me Coffee. Either one of those. Sex on this world and it's on the side. Ooh, that's how I feel.
Miles Morales asks.
What's good, Miles? What's your question? Oh, you gotta be a student.
Toki said hi.
To become a student, you gotta be a TikTok subscriber or a YouTube member. One of those. You gotta pick one of those. It's literally $3 a month. And I can help you with anything you have a problem with. I don't do that for free.
Juan Carlos just followed. Miles Morales said
Suwon's husband says, ha, so I'm paying for tutoring.
Yep, that's what that is. Or you could be a free student and wait till I'm done making those tutorials. That might help you out, but it may not answer all your questions. So you can do that and subscribe to the YouTube if you want to do that instead. Yeah.
Fallen Night Violet said hi teach I learned I don't like repo beta cannot use controller on it. The Ask Platter Cat said what kind of pen do you use?
It comes with a tablet. So I can't even tell you. Someone said something. Hi Teach, I learned I don't like repo. Beta could not use the control on it. You can't use your controller?
Official said be a support hero
For real, for real?
by using commands like /donation.
Are you serious? It doesn't. It's not. It's not controller supported. What? There's no way. Oh, I wanted to play that game with you.
Night Violet said yes I am serious you cannot use controller on repo beta only normal repo.
Aww. I wanted to play that game with you. Fuck. So you never played on the mouse then? You only play on controller? I'm guessing. What kind of pen? Oh yeah, the pen I use comes with the tablet. It's literally in the video I just recently posted. There's no way. Wait, hold on.
Suwon's husband says it's not like I can't do these poses, more like I have a hard time trying new poses and I'm afraid. Suwon's husband says to try them.
Miles Morales said it's not like I can't do these poses, more like I have a hard time trying new poses and I'm afraid. Miles Morales said to try them.
Well, wait, why are you afraid to do them? That's the real question. That means
Retropro says that Miles Morales, well, you gotta dive in.
You gotta dive, you gotta lock in, but like what? Why are you scared to do them? Refall.
Suwon's husband says that's why.
Oh, then that's okay. So there's two things that's happening. Two things are happening. Either this is a skill issue, as in lack of foreshortening and perspective, or you are the type who likes to get it on the first try. If you don't get it on the first try, therefore you feel like a failure as an artist. Is that what that is?
Rick's official said be a support hero today by using commands like.
So just to be clear, you can play the game with the controller on its base game, but not on the beta, correct?
Robbie said, "Man, this guy is always drawing."
Is that what that is?
Respect.
It's my job.
Fallen Night Violet said yes, correct.
So you did the whole like beta thing. You went to Steam, you put in the beta option on, and then you restarted the game, and then you can play on the beta, correct? At the museum, right?
Fallen Night Violet said yes.
Fuck. Oh, I wanted to play that game with you. Fuck. Okay. I just learned that. That's weird. That's weird. How is it that the beta doesn't work with the controller, but the base game it does? That's weird.
Support hero today.
There must be a quick fix for that. Did you look up YouTube on that? That's weird. What the? You're the first person to tell me that. That's crazy. What the hell? That's crazy. What the? The hell? Fucking.
Yes.
I don't know how I feel about that. That's weird. So is that what answers the question, Miles? I hope I'm hitting the point on that. I'm not over assuming on that behalf.
Fallen Night Violet said, you know I am not technical, you know that. But I can put it back to none instead of having beta on.
The question is, can I still play with you on if you're on the...
husband says I don't want it to make it look bad.
Yeah, you gotta get over that part. That's the I don't think that's a skill issue. I think that's just a ego thing. That's something a lot of artists need to get over. You need to fail to understand. I think Joy Lee Peterson, you have to be a fool to become a teacher, right? So the fool doesn't mean like you're an idiot. You're a fool because you don't know. So if you don't know, therefore you need to learn. Nothing comes to you just instantly unless you're Jesus or some shit. But like, you know, you have to get over that. I draw every day, and I'm always drawing new poses every day, even if I execute it or well or not. Like this one, like this drawing right here is horrible. But compared to the other ones, it looks good because the others are here.
Fallen Night Violet said normal and beta repo, you mean? Not really sure if you can be one of each play together. I might think you need to be on the same version.
Suwon's husband says, oh, okay.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so... there's always something. Okay, so, I don't know. We'll have to... Fuck, I gotta figure that out now. Because since I know that you can't play on the controller... that causes a big problem. Fuck. Okay, mine's a little bit off based on the reference, so I need to push this a little bit more further.
Theme Yunnan Light just followed. Fallen Night Violet said I can play on keyboard, but I am very slow.
Okay, this is where I might sound rude for saying this, hon, but I think you gotta lock in and start playing some keyboard. Trust me, it'll benefit you in the long run. I don't mean to sound like an ass.
Suwon's husband says like I drew Minato before.
Bright
Close says law.
Heart emoji. Heart emoji.
Like it's
heart emoji.
Like I don't know what to technically tell you because like when like I used to play control all the time. I used to play console all the time, but once I switched to like PC, that kind of changed for me. I don't even touch the console anymore to a degree. So it's kind of weird to answer this question because it's like, how can I help you without the controller being present? So I think.
Night Violet said he, yo teach lol, I am just slow, I have a condition with my hands that if it isn't along it ag.
You have carpal tunnel. You have carpal tunnel? Is that what that is?
Suwon's husband says I like that drawing.
Thank you, we did it yesterday. We did that yesterday.
Close says no mustache lol.
No mustache, bro. No mustaches.
Fallen Night Violet said not really sure, but after I slammed my hand in a container when I was younger I had problem with my hand.
Suwon's husband says I will change my profile picture so you can see my main character.
You don't have to do any of that. But what you need to do is you need to work on your the artist ego. That's what's causing you to not improve. That's usually what causes a lot of issues for a bunch of artists anyway. Not really sure, but after I slammed my hand in the container when I was younger, the problem with my hand, I would change my profile picture so you can. Okay, I remember. I don't like. Wait, do you have carpal tunnel or no? Is it just a bad injury? Like a long-lasting
Kofi
injury?
Streambot said visit
Zuwan's
Artextric's
husband
Kofi
says,
page
okay,
at.
I will get on that, thank you.
Miles Morales
No
said,
problem.
okay, I will get on that, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know, it's just like it's weird.
Fallen Night Violet said injury, I think.
So wait, can you play on PC or no at all? Like, does it hurt when you play? How long does it take till it like starts kicking in with pain? That's the question. Cause like I
Miles
don't.
Zuwan's
Morales
husband says, this is my character, by the way.
Fallen Night Violet said if I steal
Okay, I
like
see
30,
it.
60 minutes it hurts.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's like a carpal tunnel thing. My sister has that, something similar to that. That's crazy. I don't call it carpal tunnel, but that's not good. You never could try to get that fixed or looked at? How do I get that looked at?
Naruto Uzumaki just followed.
I see your character. Thank you for showing me that.
Fallen Night Violet asks, not easy when my parents limit things to do for my own health since they always say it will go over by time. BTW, I made myself a tuber, am I not cute?
That's usually a cope for like we just don't have the money, hun, or we don't have the health insurance or something to that degree. But I know you live in Europe, so I don't know how the health system is. So I can't really say how bad is it or how horrible it is.
Zuwan's husband says, well, I'll CYA later.
All right, later, Miles. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it, bro. In his crown, and I'm faking, girl.
Retropro says it, Miles Morales later, thanks for stopping by.
Fallen Night Violet said Insta.
Insta. Oh, we'll probably send it on Insta. Once I fill out this page, we'll do the animatic because I have the animatic ready to go, just for those who don't know. I have the animatic ready to go. So we just gotta do like 2 slides and then we'll go play repo. Let me see. I'm alone. I'm gonna let you go. Okay, go to Instagram. Instagram.
Fallen Night Violet said I have downloaded Live 2D now, so I am going to experiment with it to try and make my own animated emotes.
Gotcha. Do your thing.
Yuri Boyka said tongue sewer.
Let me see here. Where's the message? My PNG. Ooh. That's your PNG. That's your PNG tuber. Oh, how cute! How much did you pay for that one? That's so damn cute. Look at you. Oh, that's so damn cute. Aw. Oh, sorry guys. That is so cute. There won't be nothing. Bro, I want to ask you a question, bud. Whenever I'm doing artwork, what do you look forward to the most? I'm just wondering.
Bright Roclo says what?
Said what?
When I'm doing artwork, what do you look forward to the most?
Improvise now said, do you recommend gesture drawing before jumping into anatomy?
Yes. That is what I would say to my students. Number one will be shapes, two will be forms,
Bright
and
Roclo
three.
says TikTok not letting me say it.
You can say it on YouTube if you want to. Sorry about that, bro.
Yes. Skull emoji, SC1
I believe-
grave, skull emoji, said Hi King.
I believe that
Bright Roclo
Bright
says
Roclo
hoping
said
on
hoping on
YouTube.
YouTube.
Alright, I would recommend, or at least say gesture drawing is more important than accuracy right now. So get the gesture down first before you worry about anatomy. Get figure drawing and gesture drawing down first before you start getting straight into accuracy of anatomy. Because what gesture drawing does, it gives you the idea what flow feels like, a sense of flow. There's no accuracy in flow, so you have to do that on your own. You gotta figure that out, what the flow feels like to you. Because you can draw the most accurate drawing, right? But if you draw the most accurate drawing, but it looks stiff, what's the point? I'd rather draw something wrong and it looks interesting than draw something right and it looks boring. You know what I'm saying?
Ryuga Samurai said, I usually look forward to the lessons and sketches kinda gets me in the mood to draw.
Good, okay. I was just wondering.
Improvise now said, okay, thanks you a lot.
No problem. Alright, that's good to hear.
Maze just followed.
Because I know you've been in my stream for so long, dude. It's almost been like years. I think it's been like 2 years, 3 years now? I think it's been 3 years or 2 years.
Maze Blue says love your art. Greater than.
Improvise now just followed.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So I always wondered, I know you don't really say much, so I always wondered what does Bri think? Because your opinion is just as important like the rest of the team, so I always wanted to know your opinion. It's very valued, so I just wanted to know. Because since you're here with me majority of the time, longer than most of the other mods, I'm always just wondering what is going through your head when you're watching. Or, you know.
Ryuga Samurai said about 3 years.
Yeah, about 3 years now. So I always wondered, like, what is Bri thinking? Like, when I'm doing my work. Like, does it help him? Does it give him the ease that it gives him a sense of, like, wanting to draw? Or do I focus too much on girls? Or do I focus too much on just basic stuff? Or that was something I was just wondering, because I'm going to be soon making tutorials again. After I'm done with the animatics, I'm going straight to tutorials. I won't be making any animatics for a while. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'll be making animatics tutorials. I don't think I'll be making any,
just followed.
a bunch of speed arts, unless it's like traditional work for every Monday. So I was just wondering, because I'm going back to making tutorials. I think I'm gonna be making tutorials for a while. Try to get like three or 2 videos out, and I'm not even talking about like TikTok. I'm talking about like on YouTube, like a full-fledged video this time. Let me see here. Oh, sorry. What the fuck?
Ryuga Samurai said still waiting on that art style video lol.
Yeah, the complexity one. I have the thumbnail ready. I just have to talk about it and then put visuals on it, which I might do this week. I think I might start with that video first. I was thinking of either starting with that video or should I start with doing. I think I should just knock out the hardest video, and I think the hardest video after that will be probably the hand video. I think I might do that first. I might do the hand video first just to get the hardest thing out of the way and then do all the easiest stuff after. Like how to draw hands, what to look for when drawing hands. I think that's something that should just be out of the way, and then I do the complexity video on art style. Because I talk about it all the time. It's most well I start doing it now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break from making reactions and stuff. I think I'm just gonna focus on making tutorials this month. I'm gonna start doing it this month. I think it's about time. Yeah, just reactions and no, 3 things: reactions, animatics, and the other one is VTubing models. I think I figured out how to do skin now, so.
Coco said, wait, is this a TikTok live stream on YouTube or is the stream just this way? Ryuga Samurai said,
all...
yeah, I'm getting better at hands but not where I want to be with them.
I got you. Okay, someone asked a question. They said, wait, is this a TikTok live stream or YouTube? Or is it stream just like... it's all both. It's all above. We're on Twitch,
said,
YouTube,
yes, Coco's YouTube and TikTok stream.
Yeah, we're on all platforms. We're on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, the works. We're on all platforms. Because all people have been constantly asking, when you gonna drop the tutorials, bro? They keep constantly asking. So I think it's time to start dropping the tutorials.
Coco said, oh, I see, cool, didn't know you could do that.
Yep. I'm on all platforms right now. YouTube, Twitch, Shovel, Kick. And TikTok. I said that right. I don't know why you bother streaming to Twitch anymore. don't even think people even watch it except like Fallen. Fallen's the only one who comes in from Twitch to watch me once in a while when she has the time. Oh, wait. She probably messaged me. Oh, I kinda made her a PNG tuber. Boom, 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 boom. I think about it now. Now the fingers are a little bit too weird, so we're gonna fix that real quick. See, the trick when drawing hands is weird, but it makes sense on how you construct them based on the mitten method. I think that's the most effective way, because it encapsulates the whole problem for most people. Because I think there's a few elements when it comes to the hands that really throws people off. It's, I think, three things. It's placement of the fingers, the height of the fingers, and the overall look of the fingers. And I think that what trips up people. And just the angling of fingers itself. And they're really tricky, I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to draw hands. Because, especially if you want the hands to do something specific, or look a specific way, it can drive you up the wall, and it's really frustrating. So usually how I draw hands, I try not to focus on the overall look of the fingers, I just try to make them look like fingers based on how basic it can get. So what I'll do is use like a mitten method. Like I will make like a mitten, like I know where the thumb is at all times, right? So I would use that as a form of understanding of where everything is, because I know all the fingers are here, the thumb is right here, so all I need to do is make sure that the pinky is somewhere here. So the two, I think, main components of the hand that a lot of people ignore is the thumb and the pinky, because if you get the thumb and the pinky, you can pretty much get the other fingers. Now, what makes it difficult to draw the fingers is that people don't take into account of the height of the fingers. They actually kind of try to make all the fingers the same size, which I understand why they do that, but most cases you don't want to. You don't want them to be the same size because they look very dull, strange, and don't feel realistic. So like, for instance, this pinky here, get rid of it and clean it up. This pinky here, I will draw this first, but make it as small in length, and then all the other fingers will follow suit, but bigger, to a degree. Now remember, I don't want to make the fingers accurate right now, because I can always do that using the tablet. Now, I know this is going to be a little difficult for people who are using just paper and pencil, and I need to figure out a way how to explain that, like, in a way that makes sense for people who are using traditional means. It's easier for me because I can literally, like, fix arrays and all that stuff without affecting the other components of the hand or the body. Now I gotta figure out a way how to explain that for traditional artists one day when I get the chance. Maybe make that into a whole separate video alone. Because when I'm drawing hands traditionally, I'm not really trying to be accurate. I'm just trying to make it look like fingers in general, because I don't have time to do all that erasing and stuff, because it'll just make things look muddy. So I have to be as close as possible to what the fingers will resemble. And it's hard to explain it. It's more of like, it's more easier for I explain it because I can use layers and I can just like turn it down and just do it over and over and over till it looks like a hand. That's usually my method of how I get hands to work digitally, but traditionally is a little bit more hard to explain. That's where I think I'm gonna knock out that video first for digital artists, and then try to figure out a video for traditional, because it gets really frustrating to draw a hand, especially if you wanted to do something specific, or it's looking really weird, or it's not really cooperating in the way you want it to. So I can understand, I can relate to that to a degree. So, like, what I do here is, like, I don't try to make the hands, I try to make the finger here, let me think about this. I make the finger like this, right? Pinky here, that, and then make sure that the other finger that's next to it, the index finger, I think, or no, it's the ring finger. The ring finger, make sure that it's protruding like this to show that it's not in line like a T-Mobile thing. It's not a T-Mobile thing, like a, it's not like, no, it is a T-Mobile thing, but they're not the same line. A lot of people try to put them on the same line. You don't want to do that. You want them to kind of like have that that zigzag look when it comes to the knuckles. It makes it look more believable in that sense. So let me show you, like, have this finger here, and then the other finger, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll put it about here, protruding through the other finger. Like that, right? Now, like I said, I'll turn it down, and then the trick for me when I'm doing the fingers to make it look more like fingers that are looking like a jack skeleton thing, I try to draw them with straight lines. This is the most weirdest thing I figured out when I was doing my 100 hands challenge. Is that when I was drawing the hands, I made sure to draw them straight forward like this. And this gave it more, it looks robotic, but if, based on how thick the line is, it looks robotic, yes, but if you actually follow along, it'll look more like a hand. It's a weird thing I figured out. So like one line here, because it gives it a sense of joints. Like that. It feels a little more believable there. And I leave these gaps here to show where the joints are. These little, because there's joints in the fingers as well. This is my stylized way of how I do fingers. Now, it may not be super accurate in how I'm doing it, but it's a lot believable than it was before. And then I go back again and do it organic-like. So that's how I do it. Oops.
Botrix official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Oops. Now, it looks kind of ridiculous, but this is where I can actually make some changes as I'm going with this. So that's how you can make it work like that. So that's how you can end up drawing things like this, what we did on the other day. So when you draw things like this, you make sure that the hands are constructed in a way that it makes sense. Because remember when I first draw the hand, it was looking really wonky. But I didn't put a lot of emphasis on it because I didn't have to at the time. I did everything else and I came back to this last. So that's how I usually construct them in the way I want to. So that's one way of doing it, one way or another. Finger's too long here, so I'm gonna pull this back. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this finger back up a little because it's too elongated, like this, and this finger has to be longer actually, but it needs to be pushed in because it's the longest finger. I'm going to turn these off real quick, and I'm going to isolate this part, and I'm going to make it look more organic.
I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. Do what I can. I'm just a man.
Do what I can.
Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me.
Oops. What the fuck? Something gonna happen to me.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at
Hello, Sam. What's going on?
When morning comes, and we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind of the fight we've begun.
Every argument.
Every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends.
I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Don't really get a lot of people talking on Instagram, to be honest. Usually it's a very quiet bunch and they don't really talk. I don't know why. What brings you to the neighborhood today?
Cupcake_angel_art just followed.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I scare people on Instagram. I don't know why. I'm so worried. All my secrets. Tell me what you say. What you say.
Yuri Boyka said hands yellow heart red hands yellow heart red hands yellow heart red hands yellow heart red.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. TikTok, Instagram's horrible. I think it's the music. I think that's.
Yuri Boyka said change that to bird's middle finger emoji.
Let me see. I think it's the music itself. Maybe I think that's what it is. Let me see here. Hands on my neck this time.
Yes.
The one that I want.
Yuri Boyka said hey at Nightbot where's up my heart emoji.
Yes.
Like that. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, let me grab this. to leave. Okay.
Sir.pa says no.
Yuri Boyka said Nightbot, are you still here?
Sir.pa says Taco Bacco.
See here. Okay, that.
Sira EE Pal said, yo, what's your favorite video game?
Not really sure. I don't have a favorite anymore. Good question. I used to play lots of games in my day, like Gears of War, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, Crash, Bandicoot, Spyro. What else? Love playing Dragon Ball Z Fighter Z. I think it was that one. I think Dragon Ball Fighter Z. I really wanted to get into Guilty Gear, but for some odd reason, I just couldn't. I don't know why. I really do like it though. I like this art style, but I just couldn't get into the game. I don't know why. Maybe it's just lack of time. Okay, like that.
Sira EE Pal said, personally I like probably Jack and Daxter.
Oh, Jack and Daxter, that's a throwback. Jack and Daxter. Such a long time. Jack and Daxter. I'm surprised that game never got a reboot. Ratchet and Clank did. Crash did. I think Spyro did. Well, not a reboot, but I would say like more of a remaster. Sony never, or Naughty Dog never bothered to remaster those. But then again, I remember that I think Alice for Toys was able to get the IP and give them a bit of a reboot. Yes. So I can't be too mad at them. But they'll reboot Last of Us no matter what. I mean, remaster Last of Us several times. So I don't know. It's a weird part.
Bluish Archive said peak. Lord Carl said hi.
Hello, Carl. What's going on, bro?
Bright Roclo says again and again.
Again and again and again and again.
Bright Roclo
says till the end of time.
I think if I remember right.
Lord Carl just followed.
Doesn't The Last of Us have like 3 remasters? Or 4? It's kind of weird.
Bright Roclo says pretty much.
Yep. Don't like that.
Lord Carl said your drawings are fire.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Bluish Archive asks, who are you drawing?
No one, I'm doing sketches for right now. I'm doing quick sketches. And then we're going to go do the animatic. When it hits 5 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to play some repo. That's what we're going to go do.
Kayla Casey, victory hand emoji, just followed. Lord Carl said, can you draw my profile PLS?
Nope, I only do that when people pay for that. I don't do that for free, sorry. You have to pay for that.
Bluish Archive asks, true. Do you have a YouTube channel on guides on how to draw?
Yes, on YouTube.
Lord
Link
Carl
in
said
bio.
all.
Let's see here.
Bright Roclo
Bright
said at
Roclo
Bluish
says at
Archive,
Bluish
yes,
Archive,
Artextric
yes,
YouTube.
ARTEXTRIC YouTube.
Yep. Okay. Oops. Okay, so that's... Oop, gotta change the color. Get rid of the sketch. Yeah, I gotta turn that down because Instagram keeps kicking me off because the music's stupid. I hate Instagram. It's horrible sometimes. Okay, let me see. Okay, grab these and make them blue. And then grab this and then bam. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna grab this. Put it here.
Stream Elements said, thank you for following Six and Lou Smile.
Thank you
Six
for
and
the
Lou
follow.
just followed.
Thank you for the follow. There we go. So we got section thing over there.
Mickey Zero U said, hey.
Hello.
Mickey Zero U said hi.
Hello, hello. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be in its own section over there. There you go. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Mickey Zero U said, your drawings look beautiful.
Thank you, I appreciate it. You're just watching me do my practice. So, yesterday we did this. This is a form of study. Might use this as a form of study later.
The .tism.prism said you should draw the zoologist from Terraria.
I have no idea who that is. Let's see here. I never played the game.
The .tism.prism said an NPC from Terraria.
Yeah, never played it. You know that 2D looking Minecraft game?
Junel Cabron just followed. The .tism.prism said yes, that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Get this right. Okay, that. Lower half is looking weird, so we're gonna fix that real quick. Like that.
The .tism.prism said, what do you do for a living?
I am a character designer, artist, freelancer, video editor, content creator, and teacher. I'm working on trying to get my job in tech, but right now I do this as a side hustle.
The .tism.prism said, a man of many trades.
I guess so.
The .tism.prism said, real.
So let's go this way. Curve it like this. Okay. And then what we'll do, because we want that curve to happen, we want that gestural curve happening here. Not too hard, but also not too obvious. We want to make her seem like she's standing, but she's not standing too curved. We want to keep it subtle. And subtle is one of my hardest things to draw. I like it when it's like kind of expressive, but when it's subtle, it feels so stiff. Like this.
Milovic said, sup.
What's up, Milovic? What's going on, bro? Okay, now I want. Okay, like that. And we want to put the hand about here. The thumb about here.
The .tism.prism asks, do you use paper and pencil/pen?
I think you should scroll run over and you can see my work.
Milovic said, hey, good news, I am not as sick as last time I was in your stream watching. The .tism.prism said, bet.
You were sick? I don't remember you saying you were sick. Did you say you were sick? I don't remember. I must have been not paying attention at the time. I'm sorry. I knew he was there yesterday, but I didn't know he was sick. He must have said it. I didn't even realize. My bad.
Kevin Hill 726 just followed.
Okay, this is like that. The head's way too far back.
Milovic said, yeah, I said it like the second message.
Yeah, sorry about that. I must have been not paying attention. I must have been too locked in drawing the fan art yesterday. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. It's a little too dirty for my liking. It's too sketchy. It needs to be a little bit more cleaner than that. So we're gonna start.
Milovic said, bro, it has been like 3 streams. You don't need to be sorry, I understand.
I got you. No, but the thing is, I was so certain I didn't see you say you was sick. That shows how I was paying attention. There you go.
Milovic said, but what are those like things next to your avatar like headshot 1000 viewers? What are those?
Oh, if people want to purchase through YouTube, that's what that's about. Because people constantly come in here and ask me to draw some character. And it's weird because they'll come up in my stream and they'll just say, draw this, while I'm drawing something. Like I'm some type of robot. I'm just going to draw it because they asked me to. I'm like, no, you got to pay for that. The fuck? I'm not doing that for free. And then what's wild is when I do stuff like that, they don't even stay. They just leave. And I just did all that artwork for what? It makes no sense. So if I'm going to do it, I might as well get paid doing it. Times are tough. You got to make a buck somehow.
Xavier Pugh said higher.
What's wild is like, I seen people give gifts for much less than what I do.
Milovic said lol.
It's kind of annoying. Because I saw like some dude who's dressed like Michael Jackson doing some ridiculous shit and he's making like crazy money. I'm over here drawing this with some actual skill. Or some form of skill.
What Rick's official said, be a support hero today.
And then
Retro says what lol.
And they'll come in my stream
and asks what lol?
Like, it's like, they come in my stream and they'll ask me to draw this, draw that, or ask me, like, how did they say teach me? I'm like, okay, become a student. And literally, they don't want to be a student. So it's not that serious for them to ask me. It's funny because it's like $5, right? No, if I remember, no, it's $3. It's $3 a month. But, I don't know. It's literally a cup of coffee, but whatever. Shit's weird. So fucking weird.
Retro says 3.99.
Yeah.
Xavier Pugh asks $3 a month for what?
Become a student. I'll help you with anything you have trouble with. I'll answer any questions you have. Whether it be a character design, an art question, or anything. Demonstration, anything. I have a student that constantly asks me questions. And she says she needs help with something, and then she'll show it to me, then I'll show her a breakdown of where she went wrong. Her name is Ari. Some of you may know her as Jolly Rancher, for those who are in here a lot.
Milovic said $3, 30 in my country.
Yeah.
Xavier Pugh said, now that's interesting.
A lot of people get that wrong all the time. So people, I don't know, it's weird. I see people give for much less for the most
Xavier Pugh
stupidest
said,
things.
did you go to school or self-taught?
Self-taught, I never went to no stupid school. I don't think it makes no sense to go to school for art. I think that's something you can learn on your own, which a lot of people do anyway. If you have the money to go to school, go. If you have the money, but I suggest if you're going to go to art school, have something else in mind as another major, just in case. Because art is not something that can be guaranteed to be living off of, depending on what it is. Because I didn't even choose to be an artist like this. I just kind of stumbled onto it to a degree.
Street Hustler asks, do you do drawing for t-shirt designs and how much would it run?
I usually put on Redbubble, so you can go check there. I do have a Bakugo shirt that is with him skateboarding. I have prints and stickers over there on Redbubble, link in bio. They're literally $1. The stickers, I'm saying. So I don't know how people make crazy bank on stickers.
Milovic said, BTW, why do you have a Pokeball looking background?
That's your concern? What the hell? That's what you're concerned about? Like that. Shit, I did that wrong. Looks kind of weird. Let's fix the leg here.
Milovic said, bro said Eminem and I perfectly understood.
Let's see. Why do you say Pokeball? It's more like a winter thing. No, that's not Pokeball. That's like a winter Christmas thing I never took down. I was too lazy to take it down, to be honest. I should take it down, but I've just been so lazy to take it down.
Xavier Pugh said, would love to chat though I would just love some tips on the things I have done. Xavier Pugh said, and what I could do better.
Yeah, that's for my students. See, that's what people come in here and constantly ask me for advice all the time. I don't know how these art influencers make money. Because they'll have the same exact thing and people pay them crazy money. I was like, what? How? What am I doing wrong? It's not like the information I give is even like
Milovic
basic.
said, winter looks Pokeball.
No, there's snow in the back that you can see in the background. There's a Christmas mistletoe thing on one other thing. Gotta move fast. There we go. Like that. There we go. Like that. Yeah, this is a lot more cleaner than it was before. Huh.
Milovic said, I hope I can get myself a bank account. I be spending my money all on this channel.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's funny because I do have stickers. I don't know how these people sell stickers. And mine's just literally $1 of famous anime characters. I like cute little stickers.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at.
There you go. Let's clean it up a little bit. There you go. I don't know. It's getting to a point where I may just have to quit doing this stuff. I may have to. I may have to one day. I just do my video editing job instead. Fuck. Here. Hands about here. That. Take this away. That's a lot cleaner than it was before, like that. Oh shit.
Milovic said, Yoto, can you do a live stream where you do everything but drawing?
What kind of question is that? Wait, yo, can you do a live stream where you do everything but draw? What does that mean? I mean painting?
Veal's turn just followed. Milovic said no, just anything but drawing, like touch grass or show us your search history.
What? Are you joking? Why the hell would I do that? What in God's name? No one does that. What the hell? No, I was gonna say play game. I'm like, I do that already. Y'all just don't watch. To here. Okay, now I'm going to do this over again. So I want this to look a little more cleaner than it was before. So.
Milovic said touch grass? No, my friend does that.
See here. That's not. Okay.
Milovic said, hey, if you are a gamer, what games do you play?
No one watches this channel. We was playing Repo the other day. We played Marvel Rivals. We played Haste. We played Overwatch on this channel many times. I think art is pretty much dead at this point. Maybe I should quit doing this stuff. Here. Okay, let's see here.
Mama Dragon said I'm enjoying it. Seeing lots of techniques I need to learn.
Hope so.
Milovic said, bro, why did you say no one watches this channel? This channel is underrated, but do you film your gaming?
Check the stream. Check my my catalog. Type in my name and put in games.
They like Joe said, keep it up.
Put in Artextric games. I think I may have to take a marketing class. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I should take a marketing class. Maybe I should do that. Check that out later. Maybe it's me. I think it's me. Am I the problem? Maybe it's me.
Milovic said, okay, let me check.
Like that. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Aureliu, Croatia emoji, just followed.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like this leg better. Already gone. I'm sorry. Thank you for the hearts over there.
Self Perfecto just followed.
Thank you for the follow. It's not like we're myself. Move on. Hello. Mm.
09_apeface said I love how you drew her jacket.
Thank you. Still not done with it yet.
Milovic said, "Hey, I'm back with nothing."
What did you type in?
Milovic said hi.
Hello. Shut up. This is a game, bitch. Not alright.
Milovic said Artextric gaming, that's what I typed in.
Jesus, okay. You know what? Just put Artex Games with a Z at the end. The channel's in the description. Also, or you can type in Marvel Rivals or Reaper or Overwatch, it'll pop up. Or you can even put Genshin in there if you want. Or Zeros and Zenless. So then it's Zone Zero. I don't know what's called.
Milovic said KK. Milovic said, "Nah, at this point I'ma go either to sleep or try Genshin or doom scroll."
Okay. The link's in the description. You don't have to go and look. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Like that. That. Curve.
Milovic said by EEE.
Laters. Oh, sorry about that. Everyone asks me, are you still watching? I'm like, bro, what do you think? Michael Myers.
Scott.9655 said, how do you draw a male in different positions?
You have to become a student for me to
Scott.9655
answer that
said, box
question.
method.
We have to use the box method.
Scott.9655 said, or not.
You use the box method. Box method is usually better because it's usually made for accuracy. When you use a circle method, it's not for accuracy, it's to understand.
Bright Propose says at GGSkit.9655 definitely box method.
Because not only that men are made of boxes, but you can use the box method for women as well. The box method is usually made for accuracy of placement of what has to do with like perspective and horizon line because of its edges. The circle method is only there for
Scott.9655 said, do you use it?
It depends what I'm trying to do. That solely depends on what you're trying to do. If you're looking for accuracy or you're looking for the idea of putting your characters in a specific position that needs to be dependent on the horizon line, then yeah.
Darkcool3R5_TTV, crying face emoji, folded hands emoji, said holy bro your sketches are better than me spending like a day, keep it up, it looks amazing, thumbs up emoji.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at Botrix Official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's turn this down. Let's clean her up. Let's start with the hand first.
Jolly and Sure says I still can't believe we're already in Mayfather FR.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, ready?
Retro says that Jolly and Sure 35, yeah, same.
Yeah.
Just followed.
As it can be. Oh, we don't want that to happen. We don't want this upper half to be wider than the hips. That's what will give it its mannish exterior, interior, or exterior. I mean. mistake.
Sophie gets just followed.
The Humming Garden says kitty girl lol.
Kitty girl. Kitty girl.
Brightro Close says it Melodic Productions hi hum.
Hey hum, how you doing, hon? Okay.
The Humming Garden says I'm good you.
I'm doing well. Just trying to get this right. Okay. I messed up here on the breath, but whatever. I'll just leave it be for now. I'll do one more and then we'll stop. I was gonna do 4 sections, but I'll just do 3 for now. Got one more left.
Gabe 9535 said those are
The Humming Garden says that girl beside her reminds me of Pokemon.
The girl beside her reminds me of Pokemon.
Pokemon. Yeah. Characters from Genshin. I mean Genshin now. You call it what's Zenless? One more left, and then we out. Just want to be a little more dynamic than the rest. Okay. Most of these looks very generic. Oh, let's go with this one. It's a little more dynamic than the rest. Something I've never truly drawn before. So from the angle, I don't know if I can get it, but let's see if I can do it. So let's... that. And then like that. Like that, right? And then make the breast come down like this. Oop. Like that. Right, and then like that. And then the other half of the stomach goes like this. Okay. The coast. There we go. Do the coast.
Monkey D. Luffy just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay.
Monkey D. Luffy asks, can you draw Nami?
I can, but you have to pay for that. I don't do that for free. If you want to pay for it, you have to send either a DJ Cat or what was it?
Freaky Ung said you're so talented. Teach me the ways, please.
You say that, but when I tell you exactly how to do that, you're gonna say, nah, I'm good. How about you?
Tofu Rumble said hello.
Hello.
Freaky Ung said nah, trust me.
Okay, become a student then. I think it's on TikTok. I think it's $3.99, and I think on Patreon all the rest is $4.99. Because TikTok won't let me change the pricing. Fucking assholes. To exact to everyone else. Yeah, become a student.
Big_28 asks, do you have any tips for learning anatomy?
I usually do. Go to the, if you don't want to pay, you can be a free student and go to the YouTube.
The Humming Garden says social media and stuff are just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. That.
Tony asks, I'm starting to practice drawing and I'm interested in drawing tablets. Would you say it's harder?
No, I think everything's pretty much the same. That just depends on the individual. It's just a tool. It's nothing more. Just like any other tool. Medium. Nothing's harder to draw on. This was an interesting pose, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this was a hard one. Like one of the hardest ones I think I've ever done on the first try. I'll go clean her up.
The Humming Garden says hands, backgrounds, clothes, feet, perspective, sometimes hair lol.
Sometimes hair lol.
You see how I said you will not do it? You see how he never responded back? That's crazy. Diabolical. I should just do it for free. Out of the kindness of my sweet little heart.
Tony asks, can you draw Hinata?
I can, but I don't do that for free.
Tony said got you. I thought you were just practicing or whatever.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. But I don't do fan letters for free. Usually I'm just practicing doing my working up on my gesture. It's 5 something. Okay, we gotta finish this off and do the animatic and then go straight to the gaming stuff. Gotta move fast.
Apify_HGJ just followed.
Thank you for the follow.
Apify_HGJ said hey, your stream caught attention, cool vibe. I've seen some streamers grow really fast by trying a few different things. Happy to share if you're curious. I'm on Discord Lakon 0801.
It's another bot. It's another bot. Oh my god. I'm surprised how people say there is no representation in cartoons, but they don't try to reboot The Life of Times of Juniper Lee. Does anyone not find that weird? Isn't that strange? Like, liberals just pretend like nothing exists between, like, all 3 all the way to, like, to 2016. They just like activists look.
Retro says they don't look for anything.
Yeah, they just pretend it doesn't exist. They just really don't pretend like it don't exist. And then there was American Jake Long on Disney Channel. It was literally the opposite. It was literally to compete with Cartoon Network. It was on around the same time. Same fucking premise. It was the same fucking show if you think about it, to a degree. It was the same fucking show. Same concept. Asian kid who lives in New York or in the city. I think she lived in Seattle, or it was Seattle? I think it was Seattle. I think it was New York, but I'm gonna just see him as a Seattle. No, in California, I think. It was in California or is in New York. Just like American Jake Long, he lived in New York.
Jernay says hello everyone.
And he was not even like a stereotypical Asian guy. He was like in New York speaking street slang and everything.
Bright Roclos said
Bright Roclos says dragon up.
Dragon up. Dragon up.
The Humming Garden says it mono.
/ waving hand emoji,
hey,
waving hand emoji, waving hand emoji. Kofi Streambot
Bright
said
Roclos says it mono. Mono hi mono.
Bright Roclos said it mono / hi mono.
Like activists just pretend like certain things just.
Jernay says it melodic productions. Hello mellow. Jernay says it bright Roclos hi bright.
Okay, so let's think. Oh, what was another show? There was Static Shock. There was Fillmore. There was what do you call it? What was that one show? Fillmore, Static Shock.
The Humming Garden says it mono. Mono new nickname unlocked. I love it lol.
What's that one show? Proud Family. What's another show? It was El Tigre. El Tigre.
Bright Roclos says Craig of the Creek was pretty good.
That too.
The Humming Garden says Proud Family got a reboot.
Yeah, that's not great.
Jernay says it Melodic Productions. Lol, sorry I'm sleepy, so I got kinda lazy typing.
It's okay.
The Humming Garden says Much Lucha.
Lucha. Oh, Mucha Lucha. I forgot that one. In Tigre, there was another one. There was another show.
Bright
Roclos says it Melodic Productions. Oh yeah.
Melodic Productions.
The Humming Garden says it mono.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
What was another show?
The Humming Garden says Code Lyoko.
Code Lyoko. Fuck. Pelswick, bro! Fuck you! I'm telling you right now! You activists are assholes! Pelswick! You guys don't have no representation! You wanna see representation? Watch Pelswick! Pelswick! Whatever! It was on fucking Nicktoons! All you are liars! This is why they grift hard! It's grifting! Hard grift! I just realized Pelswick was one of the most shows out there.
Says I never heard of that.
It's a
Bright Roclos says Total Drama if that counts.
Total Drama. Yeah, yeah, that's Canadian, but like it had all types of races. So yeah, Total Drama. There's Pelswick. Pelswick is a show about a kid who's literally in a wheelchair. The whole shtick is a slice of life show on Nickelodeon or Nicktoons called Pelswick, and it was about a white kid who was literally in a wheelchair. I just realized. I was like, wait, there was another one. They pretend there's no such thing as no representation.
Says all the cartoons from Jetix.
Jetix. That was like, wow. When I think of it now, Disney was really competing with Cartoon Network a lot. They had Jetix, we had Toonami, they had Lives of Times Junior Believe, they had American Jake Long. They had so many shows that was literally competing with another. When you think about it, I didn't think of it till now.
The Humming Garden says Captain Planet.
Captain Planet. The 80s, bro. Captain Planet. Let's go.
Hamtaro.
Hamtaro. Literally a whole show about a hamster. A hamster and his little hamster friends. You know, I was under the impression Hamtaro was a girl, but I realized it was actually a boy.
The Humming Garden says hi Puffy Amy Yumi.
There you go. That was also a show. Or they'll say there was no female lead shows. There was Atomic Betty. There was Atomic Betty.
Bright Roclos says it Melodic Productions. I like that one.
There was Atomic Betty. A lot of people don't remember that. Atomic Betty. Whole show was about a girl in space kicking butt and stuff and being like some kind of police officer thing. Don't remember that one?
Bright says Atomic Betty Memories. The Humming Garden says for real.
Shit, there was another show.
Bright
Robot Boy.
Says Totally Spies. Jernay says teach I like how you think of me when I'm not here.
Oh yeah, you wasn't here the other. Were you here the other day?
The Humming Garden says both.
Production said both.
Jernay says I saw it.
Said I saw it.
Okay, I was just making sure. There was a Robot Boy.
Says Bright tagged me.
Said Bright tagged me.
And then it was fuck. It was
Bright says I sent the mustache to Mono.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. And Robot Boy, the main lead, I forgot his name, with the blonde hair. His love interest was a black girl. I remember the black girl loved him, or liked the main character. And then they had the one white kid who was just like really.
Bright says Tommy.
Tommy, that was his name, Tommy. The black girl really liked him. I forgot her name though. She was cute though, a cute little thing. But like, I forgot her name. She was wearing blue.
The Humming Garden says Hero 108.
Oh yeah, Hero 1. That show was bizarre to me because it came on such a late, just weird times of the day, or like no, like straight up, like 4 o'clock in the 6 o'clock in the morning, like literally on the dot, 6 o'clock. And
insert TikTok username said teach me your ways.
There was another show. Oh, Sup, Sock,
The Humming Garden says Secret Saturdays.
What was that? Oh my god, I can't say it.
Melodic Productions. That show came on when I was getting ready for school.
Chop Sucky Chocks. Oh my god, I can never say that wrong. It's the chicken show. The chickens, the Kung Fu chickens. You guys know what I'm talking about. It was a 3D show. There was a black guy, forgot his name.
Insert TikTok username said teach me your ways.
You gotta become a student. Become a Patreon member, or a YouTube member, or a Patreon member.
Chicken fighting show lol.
You gotta be a student.
Bright Proclose said chicken fighting show lol.
Yes, the chicken fighting show is what comes in. It had all the stereotypes. It had the black guy who had the afro, the Fu Manchu.
Jernay says that insert TikTok username become a student of his.
You gotta be a student, just like Mono and Jolly Rancher. What's another one? Fuck. There's another show. There's so many of them that you cannot find anything that has any form of diversity. There's no one show that just had just white people in it. You can't tell me there was like one show it was just white people alone. Except probably the Lord of the Rings, that's a movie. But like, you can't tell me a show, cartoon, that was just white people alone. So, where do you see 6 fingers? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where do you see 6? Bro, it's not even done. I like people who track the correct way of my work when I'm not done. That's funny. Put it right here. Alright. There's another show. What was another one? Ugh. I can't think of anything yet. This must be like 1 or 2. Like, if you ignore anime, let's just ignore anime for a second. Let me think. Because there was a bunch of animes in the 90s, 2000s.
Jernay says there's a lot of shows with white characters only.
Where what show was that?
Winx Club.
No, it had a black girl in it. Winx Club has a black girl in it. They had one black girl, and I think one Asian.
The Humming Garden says Space Ghost.
Space Ghost.
Said, hey friend, I saw your channel and noticed you're posting great content. However,
it has
you
a
need more
white
followers
guy
and views to increase your engagement and achieve verification or partner status within a month.
Oh wait, I see what you're
saying. Get 25 subscribers in 3 days.
It has a
which will
white
get
guy.
you closer to earning $1,000 a month. Feel free to contact me for more information. Discord username Streamlifter.
Okay, let's not. Okay, the Space Ghost came out in what? In the 40s? No, in the 50s or 60s.
Brightroclos says, "Oh, y'all talking about white only?" Jernay says Pat and Matt is one.
Pat Matt is one. What is Pat Matt? What is that? Pat Ghost debut.
The Humming Garden says Valley of the Dinosaurs.
Valley of the Wait, hold on. Valley of the Dinosaurs.
Jernay says, "Look it up. It's funny."
Look it up. It's funny.
Oh, you're taking like shows from like the 70s. I'm talking about shows within the 2000s. Now, if you're talking about shows like Hanna-Barbera, then I can see what you're talking about. If you're talking like Hanna-Barbera shows, yes, they're mainly just mostly white. If ever rarely there was like one or two black people in one or two of these shows. Like Josie the Pussycats and what was another show? There was another show with it was a black girl and two white guys, but I can't remember at the top of my head. But if you're talking about in the Hanna-Barbera days, yes, it was just mainly white people. But I'm talking about like 2000s, late 90s, maybe even the late 80s. 70s back? Because Valley of the Dinosaurs came out in 74. Season 1 came out in 74.
Jernay says, "So 2000 plus white only shows."
So, yes. So 2000 plus only. Yes. Tell me any 2000s shows that are only white only. Cartoon. Because that can virtually go down like Friends or something. Because I know Friends is like I think an only white show, mostly. Tell me a cartoon that was just white only. In the early 2000s or late 90s or early 80s. Or no, mid 80s. No, early 80s to now. Anything from the 70s back is usually straight up white. Because times back then was very different.
Jernay says probably some cartoon where characters are things and not people.
No, that don't count then. Because if you're gonna count like Arthur, so I don't even count like a show like Arthur because, like, if a show like Arthur exists, that's furry to a degree. Because some people suspect Arthur's black, some people think he's white. You can say Francie's black, but then again, some people say she's kind of white because of the whole animal thing. So I wouldn't go down that route.
Jernay says he's Hispanic.
As they say. Some people say that, some people don't. Because they go based on the color of the character sometimes, which is annoying. Because he's an aardvark. Aardvark. Where does aardvarks reside? I don't think they just reside into like...
Jernay says if I animate one, will it count?
No. It has to be a legitimate show. Like a legitimate show that a season's show.
Life says it mono law. Jernay says IDK then.
Yeah, I don't know any shows in the early 80s all the way to now that doesn't have a form of diversity. Don't show a person of color in some shape or a woman or a gender swap or a gender or referring on the opposite gender in some form, shape, or form, whether it's a side character or a main character.
Jeremy says, yeah, that's it from me. I have to go now.
Alright, later, bro. I can't think of anything.
Jeremy says, bye everyone, have a great day.
Now, we're talking about straight up movies. There are a few of them that are just straight up white people. I think, if I can think of one, it's probably like Lord of the Rings.
Retropro says at mono, GN mono.
From the movies.
The Humming Garden says bye.
Laters. But I can't think of anything.
Shinzo just followed.
Shinzo! Oh my god, bro! That name! Shinzo! I remember that. That was on Disney. Shinzo.
The Humming Garden says Shinzo.
That show... I don't know, that show was a weird one for me. I never really, like, finished it, but I remember it. I think it had a pretty good...
The Humming Garden says no, it was on Jetix.
It was on... Yeah, it was on Jetix. It was like... It had a very... I don't remember its theme song too much, but I think it went kind of hard. But I think it was altered because it was in America, so they changed the theme song like they usually do for most of the anime shows in the early 2000s. At the time, when Bush was still in presidency, at the time. And they also on Jetix...
The Humming Garden says it was weird and ended in 2 seasons, I think.
Yeah, it was like, I think season 1 kind of restarted itself. Like, it was weird. Like, at the far end, I think something happened where all the characters kind of lost their memories of the main character, the girl, I think. Where she kind of had to re-meet them again? Or something. Like, she kind of changed back time or something. That was season 2. I don't know how that ended, but... And I remember if the characters kind of, like, transform, like in a Digimon type, like, transformation type thing going on. They can switch back and forth between, like, their alternate forms or something like that. I remember right? And there was one show on Jetix, I remember. It was called, Oban Star Racers.
The Humming Garden says at Shinzo there was an old show called Shinzo.
Yeah. They have 7 to 8 seasons? On Shinzo? Oh wait, it's My Hero Academia. Okay, no, that you meant.
Bright Proclose said at Shinzo we know
Bright
we were
Proclose says at
talking about
Shinzo we
another
know we were talking about another show.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, where are these seasons at? I was just about to say. Like that.
Melodic
The
production
Humming
said
Garden
for real.
says for real.
I remember Oban Star Racers. I'm surprised that show never got... And it's weird, because I think...
The Humming Garden says I was about to look that up.
Like, a lot of people do not remember that show. It was one of those moments where the French was getting into, like, anime. A little before, I think, Wakfu became a thing.
Retropro says the girl with the star and goggles.
Yeah, it was a French-made anime. I think it was written by the French, but they had the Japanese animate it. It was a French-made type anime. Which was weird, because no one talks about it or mentions it at all. It was on Disney, on Jetix, at one point. But people forget about it. Like, it was one of the hit shows. I mean, it ended on... Like, it ended, too. It had an ending, too. I think it had 1 season, and that was it. It was kind of crazy. How no one remembers this show. It's like one of those shows that you just literally
Frankie
forget.
asks what is your pen settings?
I don't know. I don't look at settings. I just draw for what it is. I never mess with these things. I just use default brushes. This is just a crayon. Kind of like you know how you play a video game? I don't mess with settings. My sister like doing that shit. I don't like messing with settings when I play a game for the first time. I just kind of like adapt to the game itself. I mean, I like the controls, but I tend to just adapt and just learn it that way. I don't like changing settings and stuff, because when you have to go to a friend's house or you're playing a video game, you gotta change settings every fucking time. Nah, boy. Just pick up and play it. Learn the fucking game. I never liked doing that. My sister did like doing that shit. That shit pissed me off. I'm like, nah.
Bright Roclose said
Bright
cough, cough,
Roclose says
cod.
cough, cod.
Right. I do not like changing the settings at all. I just leave it for what it is. The only time I'll mess with settings if it's
The
like
Humming Garden says same.
like if it's like something that is so broken to the point that I have to change. Like if I have to, and I hate changing settings at all. Like it's so annoying. Just learn the game, and that's how I just break into the game and just try to learn it the best way I know how. Okay, now we're pretty much done at this point. I did everything I needed to do for today's oh, where's the okay, it's still there. I was about to say I can get rid of this and then make this green. Okay, so we're pretty much done. Oh wait, no, hold on. She's the only one. Nope, nothing going on. So let's see. Okay. 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 We're pretty much done. So we're gonna do the animatic and finish it off. Okay. So we did 3 versions of composition to a degree. There we go. Put in there. Okay. Yay, we're done. Now let's see here real quick. So this is all the stuff we did. There we go. Cool. And based on the drawing I did, it was based on this one. That was the pose we was doing. Now it would have been a lot more better if I used some lighting and stuff, but we don't have time for that. So we're done pretty much. Thank you. Oh, and for those who didn't get to see yesterday, we drew Pop Step yesterday, and I'll show you from beginning to end. I didn't get to show you guys the time lapse. I forgot to do that. There we go. No, all of this is in crayon. This whole drawing. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh my god, I hate you. What? How? Hold on. Same shape. Yo, TikTok has a real security problem, bro. There we go. So for those who didn't get to see it, this is us doing the drawing of Top Step from My Hero Academia Vigilantes. Did this yesterday, and note I did all this in crayon. So it doesn't matter what brush you use; it's how you use the brush. There we go. Alright. Alright. Now we at the animatic. Okay, this wasn't easy, but got 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to make the next what I should do, take this. This is alright to me. What this feeling is like to me. You know how to what I should do? Just copy. Just save myself the headache. Maybe I'm blind.
I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying. But I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put your blame.
And then we'll do erase this.
Look in the mirror, what do you see? You see it clearer, are you to see? What you believe. 'Cause I'm only human after all. You're only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame
Oh, for those on Instagram, if it turns off on you. I don't care. If the music stop, if the stream just stops, it stops. I'm not coming back on. Don't ask me a lie.
And beg for forgiveness for making you cry. Making you cry. I'm only human after all. I'm only
Go.
human after all. Don't put your blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. Oh, some people got a real problem. Some people have love. Some people ain't got the soul. No heaven above. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. Make mistakes.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at Botrix official said be a support hero today by using commands like support.
I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human.
Do what I can. I'm just a man.
Do what I can. Don't put the blame on me. Don't put your blame on me.
Actually, guys, I'll be right back. Be right back. I gotta head to the bathroom. Okay, I'll be right back.
Keep us down, can't hold us down anymore. We gonna ride till we fall. When we hit the bar, we gon' stop. I'm gonna talk to you. We could be the greatest ones around here. Yeah, I could be talking to you. They tryna hate, but we won't change anything at all. We gonna ride till we fall. They think we just dropouts, living at a mom's house. Parents must be so proud, they know it all. No, they don't speak our language, they say we're too savage. Yeah, no, we don't give up anymore. We gonna ride till we fall. We gonna ride till we fall. They don't speak our language, they say we're too savage. Yeah, no, we don't give up anymore. We gonna
Okay. Yeah, it's funny. Every time you see someone who like makes a music video, you kind of think you're forever gonna keep seeing them on TV. And then what's the funny part is, they have like one hit song, you never see them ever again. You never see their ass ever again. That's the craziest thing. Actually,
Rytroclose says Gundam Style Guy.
Right? Wait, no, didn't he have like 2 hit songs? He had like Psy, I think his name was. I think he had like 2 hit songs, and that was it. I think. Yeah, he had 2 hit songs, but the first one was Gundam Style. That one was kind of meh. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not feeling no music right now. I want to listen to some shit.
Rytroclose says they're called one-hit wonders.
Yeah. One-hit wonders. Long walk.
Things have gotten so much worse for the disrespectful IRL streamer, because now he's basically banned on every streaming platform, so because of that, he has no real way of making any decent money. A lot of people have been asking how his family are reacting to his antics, and he's actually addressed this before he was detained in Korea. My family told me my dad...
Rytroclose says, what about that someone that I used to know guy?
Oh! Well, that one girl did use his music, and I don't know if she gave him, like, credit, but she did put his, like, you know, like how the song with him and the girl is, like, on that art mural thing, they're trying to resemble, like, an art mural. I don't know if it's the same people, I doubt it, but, they're in the video of the girl who sang the anxiety song with his music on top of it. That's a legitimate real song. I thought it was a remix, but apparently it's a literal song. I did not know that. So.
Go back to crashing out. Y'all don't like me anyway. Y'all make a new family. Clearly, when people poke him about this, it really strikes a nerve.
Yes, he said that. But for you to take that and make that a joke is not a game. I don't care.
Yeah, that reaction. I would agree. Things have gotten.
Oh, that's what you get, Tommy. What's his name? Johnny Salami.
Marvel Rivals matchmaking is rigged, at least according to this person over on Reddit, as they have claimed that they're a data scientist.
Rytroclose says it, Tozy.
Yeah, Tozy. He's talking about Johnny Salami. Is it Salami? Is it Johnny Salami? I can never say his name. I keep saying Johnny Tsunami. I keep thinking of like, the Disney show. That Disney movie, you know, Johnny Tsunami. Oh, shit.
Time looking into the algorithm Rivals uses to determine if the matchmaking system is fair to their players. They stated that NetEase released a research paper detailing their algorithm in 2024, highlighting this line that says, quote, matchmaking is a core task in esports and online games, as it contributes to player engagement and further influence the game's life cycle. Previous methods focus on
Rytroclose says Somali.
Somali. Johnny Somali. I was going to sing Salami.
Players from the same tier for each game. Though this strategy can ensure fair matchmaking, it is not always good for player engagement. They then went on to say that the game places players in a quote-unquote skill bucket based on their performance early on, which is how they decide whether or not they give you horrible matches or make you deal with their engagement-optimized matchmaking. Now, this person didn't actually show any...
Yeah, bro. I've been getting some strange matches. 1 minute, like, okay, this is the weirdest thing when it comes to Marvel Rivals. I've kind of came to this situation on Overwatch, but not as prevalent at all. So when you play Marvel Rivals, right, you can not play for the whole day, play a game, and you get one good match, like a very good one. Like when I say good match, I'm talking about literal, you just steamrolled the fuck out of the other team, right? And then you get like a match, not that bad, and then the third one, just instantly you get your whole toaster buttered. Like you get buttered. Like, what the hell? Like, it was, like, to the point where I'm fighting against people who have been playing this game since the game not only debuted, but have not got off since it
debuted. says you can call him Salami. I think the Somalians don't want him attached to them lol.
It makes sense.
Makes sense. On the floor, laughing emoji,
it's
rolling
crazy.
On the floor, laughing emoji, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, rolling
it's
on
crazy.
the floor,
Like,
laughing
it's
emoji.
weird. Like, I'll be in a situation, like, I'll be in the first game I play, there is no talking whatsoever. And everyone knows exactly what to do, like, almost bot-like, right? It's, like, crazy. Same thing with comp. I'm not even talking about quick play. I'm talking about comp. I only play comp mainly. I don't even play quick play anymore. Because if you play comp as your quick play, you're going to be more better off if you're playing quick play. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, if you keep playing, like, high-level matches all the time, your high-level match is literally your quick play. So when you're playing quick play, you dominate, like, almost instantly. You know, it's, like, fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? So, it's like if I was fighting Goku, and Goku's, like, my teacher. Fighting Goku's, like, impossible. But if I fight, like, a Yamcha, I'm folding that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, Goku is my quick play, but he's on comp level. So if I fight Yamcha, I'm folding that motherfucker, like instantly. See what I'm saying? So I play comp all the time. That's mainly what I play. I don't even play anything else. I don't even play like the off
said,
arcade shit.
Floor, laughing emoji, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, rolling on
it's
the
like
floor,
that.
Laughing emoji,
so
rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji.
It's like that. So like, when I get a game, like, there will be no talking whatsoever, right? And we'll just win. Next game. Some people are talking, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The game's not that bad. We lost, like, round 1, but we passed with round 2 and 3. We tied up, and then, and then round 3, like game 3. My teammates are threatening one another. They're calling each other every name on the book. Note, we're winning, too. They're yelling at each other while winning. While winning, they are fighting amongst each other. They're calling each other all the names that you can probably think of. Anything you won't say at work. Everything. And we're winning. And the strangest part is, when they stop yelling at each other...
Win harder, lol.
Right? Like, when they stop yelling at each other, that's when we start losing. Like, this is the weirdest fucking thing I ever seen. And then you get another game, they're still fighting, we're losing, and someone is either one of two things, trolling and pretending to play stupid, or they're making their mission not to play to jump off the Spider-Man if we get the chance to ban him. Like, we get the Spider-Man that goes like 0 and 9. 0, I've seen that happen. Like, fucking, he had 0 and 9, bro. 0 and 9. And then the motherfucker had the nerve to say, "You damn healers, why don't you heal me? Why don't you? I get no heals. Where's my heals?" Really? Bro, really? You're 0 and 9. And the game's only been 5 minutes. What are you... Bro, come... You can't be playing. Come on. You must be doing this for a video. There's no way you're saying that you're getting no heals. You have 9 straight deaths, but you have 0 kills. You don't have assists. Where's the assists? I'm so tired of it. Like, bro, come on, dude. Oh my god, come on, dude. You can't be serious. Like, this is what Overwatch and Marvel Rivals is a selfless game played by selfish people. That is perfectly encapsulated in the player base on both ends of the spectrum. It is a game that is a selfless game played by selfish individuals. Crazy.
Evidence of NetEase doing this. Personally, I don't believe it all that much. Marvel Rivals matchmaking is rigged, at least according to this personnel.
Redrick says Blue locked the game wall.
Scientists has spent a long time looking into the algorithm Rivals uses to determine if the matchmaking system is fair to their players. They stated that NetEase released a research paper detailing their algorithm in 2024, highlighting this line that says, quote, "Matchmaking is a core task in esports and online games, as it contributes to player engagement and further influence the game's game's life cycle. Previous methods focus on creating fair games at all times. They divide players into different tiers based on skill levels and only select players from the same tier for each game. Though this strategy can ensure fair matchmaking, it is not always good for player engagement. They then went on to say that the game places players in a quote-unquote skill bucket based on their performance early on, which is how they decide whether or not they give you horrible matches or make you deal with their engagement optimized matchmaking. Now, this person didn't actually show any evidence of NetEase doing this. Personally, I don't believe it all that much. Marvel Rivals
I don't know, man.
is rigged. At least
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Wait, what? And it's 08 and your parents sent you to your room. I want to see this? No, go back. I want to see this. Is that... No! Bro! Is that LimeWire? Bro, no way! Bro, that's LimeWire! What the fuck? There's a LimeWire, bro! No! Fuck you! No! No! If you want to give your computer straight AIDS... If you want to give your computer some AIDS, get LimeWire. What? Bro, pull out the LimeWire? Man. Bro, you don't know. Hey. What's up, bro? Hold on, let me see. I'm pretty sure you guys can't see what I'm saying. Wait, let me see. Oh, yeah, I'm on YouTube. So let me see if I can show off YouTube to you guys. I don't even give a shit now. I really don't give a flying fuck. Okay. Wait, is it... Wait, what the hell? What the fuck? Hang on. Hold on. Oh, there it is. There's the picture-in-picture. I was like, wait, what the hell? Nope. I'll put this right about here. There we go. It's kind of blocking me. Need my cute little face. Can't have my cute little face being blocked. Ain't that right, Gunther? And I can't speak for my real one, but then again, my anime one, my chibi one.
Rod the Dalmatian said, "What are you searching?"
Nothing. Okay. Wait, that's what people did? You get sent to your room, you go LimeWire, just put music on? Just steal music? I never really did that. I know I was getting music, but I don't remember like getting in trouble and I'm gonna just be on LimeWire. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I never did that. That's funny. Hold on, let me see. What else is another one? There's another. Food.
Come with us as we go all out for brunch in Stamford, Connecticut at Elm Street Diner. We were in the mood for breakfast first, so we started with their peanut butter and Nutella French toast, but not your average order. This gets stacked high with Nutella, peanut butter sauce, and just when you think they're done, they add another piece on top.
That's what I remember.
Absolutely soaked in their
no electronics, no video games, no computer, no nothing.
On the grill. Once it's finished toasting, they top it with more Nutella, peanut butter sauce, bacon, a syringe of Nutella, maple syrup, and there you have it. This is the most aggressive way brunch has ever started.
Something, let me see. What? I don't know what that means. I never like it when people put syringes in the food. It just feels so bare. It's so...
Retroclose says, right, they let them keep the computer?
Right? Yeah. Like, you let me keep the computer, but not the video game. Okay. Not knowing that I can play video games on it, though. Alright. Yeah. But, I don't know what it is. When they put syringes in the food, like you know, for the aesthetic, I feel like that is so big backsliding
said
funny.
Every time a storm happens with rain in my area, I sing "Brace for a Storm." It feels iconic.
I love rain.
For us.
Gotta love rain, bro.
And we are all about it. Next up, Elm Street Diner is famous for their brunch pancake tacos. Scrambled eggs get cooked on the grill, the pancakes get flipped, and on go the eggs. They form the pancakes in the taco shape, add their short rib, tater tots, a good amount of shredded cheese, and into the broiler to melt and look like this. It gets finished with chipotle mayo and maple syrup. I love pancakes, I love tacos, and I really love short rib, so I was pumped for this.
Sandwich every year.
Make sure you order these when you're here. On to lunch with one of their...
You know what makes me feel pain? When us small content creators put so much work into our videos and try to make them so entertaining we get minimum of 300 views, and then, like, in a max amount of 500. But these girls on TikTok just feel the rain on your skin. 100K. If you guys agree with me, comment down below and
hey, bro's not wrong though. He's out of line, but he's right. He's out of line, but he's right.
You know what makes me feel pain? Jolly and just says fast. Content creators put so much work into our videos and try to make them so entertaining we get minimum of 300 views, and then, like, in a max amount of 500. But these girls on TikTok just smile and get 100K. If you guys agree with me, comment down below.
Oh, it's because of the seeds?
You know what makes me feel pain? When a small content...
Because of the seeds.
Jolly and Sure says it's because they LOVRE.
Let me see. Oh, food. Marvel Rival. Oh, the skins.
Marvel Rivals cooked with Squirrel Girl's newest summer skin and MVP. That I sadly can't actually play for you all like I normally would because YouTube hates me and keeps blocking the video. So go check it out on Twitter, I guess. Marvel Rivals cooked with Squirrel Girl's newest summer skin and MVP. That I sadly can't.
Bro, where's the summer skin for the other girls? Come on, boy. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please
welcome to the club, bro.
Subscribe.
My current supporters is the ones that watch me and actually stay in here and talk to me. From my mods to my students. Those are the only two people that actually like talk. My mods to my students. And I gotta say a few other people.
Just trying.
That's why people come in here and be like, why you have 90,000? But you only have like 5 people in here. I don't know, you talk to the people. I didn't tell them to go over there.
The homies were broke, but promised their partner a fancy and high protein meal. Today we're making the fluffiest Japanese egg sandwich. All you need are 4 eggs and some bread. But for those of you in America, you might as well just take a flight to Japan with your egg prices. We'll beat the whites by hand until you get stiff peaks. Season the yolks that you separated and give it a good mix. Spoon the fluffy egg whites onto parchment paper and drizzle over your egg yolk. It gets me 75 or some eggs on the side. You show your heart boiled.
I have no real fear of an insect, but if it's poisonous, it'll piss me off if it bit me. That's it.
Eggs and separate the yolks. Mix it with meal and roughly chopped egg whites. Place your freshly baked fluffy egg between some sandwich bread. Look at how soft and pillowy this is. Cut 2 pockets into the egg, into which we'll stuff with some more creamy egg. Cover with more egg yolk and bake to set the top. I'm using FitHub to track my macros. Egg sandwich. This is for the homies who are broke, but promise their partner.
This is for the homies that are broke, bro.
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over 100 million YouTube channels. I'm not going to ask you to like, comment, or subscribe, but if you do, thank you, and have a great. The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super rare. There's over.
We gotta find something to watch. We can't be watching these shorts here.
Rod the Dalmatian said, "Oh, your biggest fear of insects is bees, right?"
No, I don't think bees can, like, technically kill you unless there was a bunch of them. They're not technically poisonous, I don't think so. Yeah, I stopped believing in Bill Nye the Science Guy myself. The worst type of artists?
Hi-ho, hello, what's the dealio? Look, if there's one thing YouTube has demonstrated to me about the art community, outside of how amazingly creative everyone is, it's that we artists are very good at complaining.
Yes, I do it every day.
I'm serious. Maybe that comes as an extension mention of our preferred life paths, as I could totally see fantasy and sci-fi art being born out of complaints over how boring real life is. Of course, when you get a bunch of people together who share a common interest, one of the things they also tend to discover they share is common things that bother them, which is probably why you could scroll through a plethora of art channels on YouTube and find a slew of videos talking about each of their individual artistic pet peeves. From losing your digital pens to amateurs misusing your traditional ones, smudges in charcoal, accidentally drinking your paint water, or corruptions in your art.
Accidentally drinking your paint water. Does that really happen? I don't paint like that, so I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Do people accidentally do that?
Brightroclose says what?
Either she's making a joke or that's literally that death. Is that a thing? Where people will accidentally... people accidentally drink their paint water. So like, you know how they have the cup of paint where they put like they'll take the water and they dab their brush in it so it doesn't like get hard and stuff from the paint.
Rod the Dalmatian said
Brightroclose says IDK about that one LMAO.
Brightroclose said I'd about that one LMAO.
I'm drawing comics a few times. Oh, let's go, Rod. Let's go. I don't know about that one.
Program failing to save hours of work. And of course, the ever-present, everybody seems to have experiences in this, and it seemingly bothers all of them. Can you draw me? But
oh my god!
Guys, that topic is ubiquitous within the art community. It's almost like a rite of passage to have a video where you talk about your personal pet peeves when it comes to making art. Don't get it confused, I'm not saying that it's bad in any way. I don't want people thinking that I'm being negative towards the topic as a whole, nor the people who have made those kinds of videos. I actually think it's interesting to see which sorts of little nuisances irk certain people the most, and I happen to think it's a good way to expand on your own personal grievances to your audience. Connection and mutual understanding and all that social species jazz. But because of how common they are, that does sort of make me wonder, at this point, how many people are just scouring the internet for common pet peeves to list in their own video,
oh, you'd be surprised.
Really
Rod the Dalmatian said I'm an artist of weird and funny humor.
The most personally over the course of their artistic journey. And that's not even a factor worth considering if they're maybe asking their audience what their personal grievances are, and then just expanding on those from the perspective of the person asking for that input as a topic of conversation. I think it's nice to talk about the things your audience details to you as being the things that bother them, because it allows them to feel a little more seen, and like the issues that tug at their heartstrings are valid things to be miffed about. But I don't know how accurate any assessment of those issues is going to be if it's being addressed by someone who maybe doesn't have as much investment in that topic as a problem that they have struggled with. Like, you could ask me to talk about how annoying it is to have to clean your brushes after finishing with a big, complex oil painting. Sure, I could probably cover the basics, but I feel like I wouldn't be able to delve into a lot of the nuance simply because it's not something I think about or interact with a lot. I am primarily a digital artist, so at this point I have far less experience in that medium. There would absolutely be people who could explain those issues way better than I ever could. So while I might make a personal art pet peeves video in the future, maybe once I've thought about it a little more, I thought I'd try a slightly different route. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, outside, and in various stages of smart, I present to you the pet peeves I have with the people who create art.
Wait, what? Wait, what? You have a pet peeve of people who make art? Wait, what? You mean the types of artists?
I'm still writing this script, and despite that, it's currently around 56 pages, so...
Okay, this is the thing I don't understand about being a YouTuber. Why do I have to write a script?
Rod the Dalmatian said I'm drawing a disembodied head.
Disembodied head. Disembodied head. But, like, I don't know, like... I hate the fact that I have to write a script. Why? Why? I don't want to write a script.
See how things go. We'll start with an easy one because I'm going to take a wild guess that a lot of people probably have a similar experience and really dislike the people who do this.
Brightroclose says it's a YouTube thing.
You and never complete their end of an art trade. I think I've had a couple experiences like this, but there's only one that I can properly remember by this point because the other ones were a lot earlier in my life. I was approached by an artist on Tumblr. I think around the time I was doing original character role plays with a totally separate artist that I followed, where they take one of their characters and you take one of your characters and you put them together and see how interactions between them would play out. Anyways, I hadn't done a lot of art trades in the past, but the back and forth roleplay art was making me want to branch out a little more and open myself up to possible collaborations and trades with other artists. You know, making me a little more open to the idea of interacting with the wider community. So when I was approached, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. Yeah, that didn't really work out so great. I completed my half, sent it over to them, they seemed to love it and told me that they were working on their half and would get it done within the week. So I waited. And waited. And waited.
And never came back.
Long past a week. Eventually, I figured that maybe they'd forgotten, because when I checked their page, they were very clearly posting other art pieces, but the way I saw it, maybe these were older pieces that they just hadn't gotten around to posting yet. I sent out a message
Rod the
asking how they
Dalmatian
were.
said,
They
"What's your
responded
favorite
with something
insects
along
in the
lines
world?"
of them having been stressed in
I
their
don't have
home
a
life
favorite
and things
insect,
being
sorry.
very busy, so I didn't want to be a big old nuisance and stress them out more. So I continued waiting. And soon enough, saw a piece where they flat out spelled it out in the description that this was a recent piece that they had just completed.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go with this. We know how this is about to end.
I tried reaching out again, asking how the trade was coming along. No response. Waited a week. Tried again. No response. Eventually I noticed they had unfollowed me. Okay, I see how it is. Now, I should specify, I didn't
Rod the Dalmatian
completely
said,
close
"Mine is
myself off to
butterfly."
the prospect of art trades after this point. I
Butterflies.
actually remember going on to either Fur Affinity or DeviantArt and basically being like, hey guys,
I like
I just had a
butterflies.
bad experience with an art trade. Anyone want to help drown out that experience with a better one? And so I did get to do a few art trades past that point with cool people. Regardless, I don't like the people who do this. If you don't want to do an art trade, don't offer to do a fucking art trade. Like, I was not coming to them and bothering an artist who just wasn't good at saying no. They came to me, meaning they should have been incentivized to do the thing that they came to me, effectively promising that they were willing to do. If the character the other artist suggests isn't one that you want to draw, tell them that. If something goes down in your life that makes it
Kofi
difficult for you to
Streambot
get
said,
your half
"Visit
done,
Artextric's
don't
Kofi
string the
page
other
at."
person along claiming
Rod the
you're still going
Dalmatian
to
said,
do it
"It's
while
look
you
who
work on other
GIO."
things. Even if it's a case of you simply not being in the right mood to draw a particular thing, I feel like another artist would generally be receptive to that because they've probably experienced
It's
something
look
similar.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Maybe there's a compromise that the two of you could
Oh,
come
that
to,
is-
so the end result isn't just you effectively
you're talking about the
scamming another
anime, or-
person out of their art and time and ruining the whole trade experience for them. I mean, hell, in this day and age, that'll just get someone to make an exposed document on you. Stupid as it may seem, it does happen. I've seen it. It's just uncool, and I'm not gonna lie, it did sour my opinion of art trades.
Yo, this is why I don't get. So this explains why I don't really just jump into community like that. I just post my shit and leave. I know I shouldn't do that, but then again, I'm like, nah, because it takes one wrong idiot just to make a hit piece on you because I don't know, they read your text wrong.
For a long time. Like, if someone came up to me asking why I don't currently do art trades, I would cite this experience as one of the reasons why. Artists who do this just make it so that other people in the community don't even want to bother. They stop it from being fun, and art should be fun. Next up, artists who steal your art supplies. Guaranteed,
What?
every single person who drew in high school or who attended an art school or had artist friends has experienced this to some degree, especially as children, because most children suck. And if you did this as a child, then you're not exempt from that. One of the things
Sanity
that
said,
I
"Hey."
know artists hate
Hello.
is when they get their hands on some really good, potentially niche, potentially
What's up, Sam?
expensive artistic supplies, and they end up losing it somehow. Of course, in those situations, it's typically accidental
goes
or
it?
outside of their control, which just makes it an unfortunate bit of bad luck. That is completely different in any case where some uppity fucker comes along and takes it for their own, because that is an active slight against you, and so there's someone who
I'm about
deserves
to
your
steal.
ire. It doesn't even have to be niche or expensive. It could be just A pen that you particularly enjoy using. Maybe the way it curves fits perfectly into the writer's callus on your finger. Maybe you've chewed the end into a perfect point that's great for scratching that itch on your back. Maybe it's got a cute little design on it that you haven't been able to find.
Retroclose says lol been there.
Oh, you've been there.
And yet someone else has decided that it's
oh, you've been there? You've been there? Oh, right. It's nice to have you back in the stream. How's life going?
We all know that they can't have that. I had this happen to me quite a number of times when I was in school, and I noticed a couple things in that time frame. Firstly, it got more frequent as I got older.
Retroclose says wait what?
Secondly,
okay, so I guess this never ever happened to me. What she's describing, people stealing your stuff, or stealing your art supplies, or taking your art supplies without asking, or just happen to not give it back when they asked for it. I never had this problem. Maybe I didn't draw as much as back then, so I never had this issue, but this is an interesting thing to hear. This is something that really actually happens? People just don't give back their shit? No, I'm not gonna put back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this happens.
While the behavior was not unique to artists, when an
artist says yeah.
It tends
Sanity
to be
said
so
it's
that
going
they can
all right.
use them.
Stuck at
When
sports
other
practices
people
constantly.
do it, it's so that they can destroy
yeah, take that sports
them.
practice
I
seriously.
plenty of
It might become your future one day, so take it seriously.
Up and vanished,
I would.
only for them to appear in someone else's supplies a month later, and oh, magically they can't remember where they got them, but they would assure me that they bought it with their own money. That chewing on the end that seems to match every other pencil in my set? Nah, mate, that's just a coincidence. You're seeing things. Then you've got the multiple instances where people sort of just dove into my pencil case without asking when I wasn't around because they needed a pen, only for them to use the same pressure on a .05 fine liner as one would use for a regular ballpoint pen. How were they supposed to know that doing so would destroy the nib?
Retroclose says wait, why do people chew on pen and pencils?
Why would I pay you back?
I don't think they technically chew on them. I think what happens is, like, you know how you're kind of like lost in thought, and they have like by their mouth, so they just kind of like bite on it because they're not really it's like, okay, it's like when you're on the phone, right? Especially if you're like on a landline.
Said I'm more of a theater person, but I'm stuck at volleyball practices that my friend signed me up for.
Your friend did that? Oh, I'm sorry. Without your permission? That's crazy. I wouldn't do that. I would be pissed.
Artiste Kook said, and how I figure out he stole my pencil. I marked my pencil with a sharpener scratch.
Retroclose says, and you twirl the line.
Yeah, you like kind of twirl. Yeah, you twirl the line. Sorry, you twirl the line. You like, you know, like you have your phone, your cell phone, you're walking around, you're doing a bunch of stupid shit. You're not really paying attention to what you're doing. You're just kind of like, you're more invested in the conversation because it's actually engaging. And now your whole body's like on autopilot. You're not doing anything insane. You're just not really paying attention. And I think that's what's happening. It's like an autopilot response. Like they're thinking, so they have like by their mouth, so they're kind of not technically chewing it or biting it, but it's by their mouth, so they're kind of like, you know, gnawing on it, I guess.
Back for it, it's just a pen.
It's like equivalent when people bite their nails.
Said ye.
I think that makes sense.
Have a replacement from the teacher's desk. You know, the thing that I could have done. I feel kind of bad including this one because, yeah, we all know that artist supplies are expensive. 100%. There are artists out there who steal supplies from their rich friends.
That's why I don't. This is part of why I went back to digital, because when I did digital, I didn't have to worry about buying stupid pens and shit. This is why I didn't do traditional streaming that, because it costs money after a while. Like at first, it's not. You don't think much of it because it's just like what.
Sanity said anyway. I've got to go. Trying to rest up for tomorrow. Have a great night/day.
You too, San. Thank you. I appreciate coming in. Thank you. Hope to see you again, and have an awesome time at your your practice. Yeah, that's great. Or lips, yes.
Can afford it. They know that whatever they take can be easily replaced, and if they don't take the opportunity
said I was
to
always
take it from
finding
them,
pencils
they fear
on
that
the
they'll
floor,
never be in
so
a
I was
position
never
where
short
they'll
on
be
them.
able to get them otherwise. But on top of that not mattering and showcasing that you have no respect for another person's belongings if you have decided they reach a certain financial threshold, I also know that there are people who just don't fucking care. They see a thing, they like the thing, they know that you own it, and they take it anyways. Or they see a thing, know know that you own it are jealous that you own it and simply don't want you to have it. Doesn't mean that they have to have it, just means that you
can't have
which
it.
is typically where destruction of private property comes into play. Even more annoying when they know you don't have the money to splurge on expensive art supplies and that you only get them as a treat to yourself or as a birthday gift from others once in a blue moon, and they steal them anyway. Ooh, the people who saw me struggling in high school and still took my art supplies, I'll drag you down to the bottom of the ocean myself. And I'm sure plenty of people have known at least one artist where literally all of their supplies were lifted from other creatives. Like they've never been to a Desserts or Michaels or Curry's once in their life, but somehow have their entire stock on hand. Like, from a certain perspective, I can understand this mentality. I know that jealousy can be a really powerful motivator, for kids especially. I'm sure that most people have experienced that one kid where they're hell-bent on getting their hands on something just because someone else has it, but once they've achieved that goal, they don't actually care. Because the goal was never the thing itself. It was just simply the perceived social standing of being in possession of the thing. So maybe someone convinces themselves that they deserve it more because it allows them to frame their malicious actions as justifiable. As an artist, however, that knowledge doesn't stop the practice from being really annoying. Get your own damn supplies. This is one that's actually cropped up more recently, but it reminded me that I've seen it before and I found it just
Bourbon
as
sauce
tone
says the
deaf
thing.
as back in the day. Next
The
up,
thing.
number 3.
Bourbon
Because I
sauce
guess I'm
said
Bourbon
it's
sauce
clobbering
says
time.
it's clobbering
artists who
time.
mock others for using chicken scratch. So, if you're unaware, chicken scratch is a term that refers to what is effectively unrefined, messy sketches or line art. It's a technique that is very common with younger or less experienced artists. Shocker, a lot of my pet peeves with artists comes from the ones who bully or discourage others for not being good enough. That's also not to say that chicken scratch is unique to budding artists, just that it is very common with them. Big difference between those two things. There's been a bit of a trend on TikTok lately, but second verse same as the first, it's not the first time I've seen this as a topic of conversation. Though I think the last time I saw it directly, I may have actually still been in high school myself. Presently, people are getting it in their heads that chicken scratch is bad, and if your sketches look like chicken scratch, that means you're a bad artist. Yeah, pretty obvious right from the get-go that this mentality is probably mostly coming from kids. Sometimes you hear about
people who usually say these type of things are usually the people who say that you shouldn't use a reference that makes you less than an artist. I'm like, fuck, like that is the most dumbest thing I've ever heard. If you're trying to learn how to draw an eyeball or an ear or a hand, how do you draw one without looking at one? You can't memorize it on the first time. I'm not saying that's not possible. It's just like it's very difficult to do that. Those same people who are making those rules don't even follow them damn selves. They don't do it. Or if they do it, they just don't do the art. So they can say, "Oh, I'm not doing it because I don't do art." But people who do art should not use reference. So it's like that term that Mandy said in Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, where Billy was stuck in the suit that he wanted to not pee in or something because he needed to go to the bathroom, and the suit was cursed or something. They was at a medieval fair, and he needed to find someone to challenge to get out of the suit. So the last person he found was Mandy, and he asked Mandy to a dance-off. I forgot how he convinced her to even... She didn't even say yes. I think she just kind of went with it. And he started dancing, and then he asked her to dance. Then she says, I don't dance. Then he said, then you forfeit? Then she explains, no, I don't dance, and I didn't choose to win, so I never lose. Or some shit like that, she said. Something around those lines, like, if I don't choose to participate, I never lost. So therefore, I never won either. I just never did anything. So therefore, I didn't...
Bright Rocklose says bars law.
She said some shit like that. And he said, you forfeit? And because they needed to end the episode, he got out of it. But by the time he got out of here, he already peed in it while dancing. So it was pointless. She looked down, she looked at his suit, and she said, ew. I remember that. So that's what that is. People who make these type of restrictions on artists are usually the people who are not doing it, or if they are doing it, they they're doing it in secret and not letting other people doing it.
Bad take, and it's so tone deaf that you just instantly know, oh, that came from the brain of a child.
Yes.
Kind of like how you hear really edgy, pessimistic, but technically lacking takes, and know they likely came from a young teen.
Yep.
Or really optimistic and creative, but ultimately single-minded takes, and know that they came from a young adult. Not only did the artists grandstanding on techniques in this situation decide to make something that is none of their business their personal crusade, their mindset is so self-involved that their personal subjective opinion now becomes something that everyone else should apparently be aspiring to. Oh, but I thought you weren't going to rag on kids for things that we all did. Honey, if you went around in your youth berating other artists for not sketching in the way that you personally found preferable, that's a problem.
This is current liberalism right now. It's the purity test thing. You need to be as pure as possible. So, like, even when you was 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, shit, if you was 13, 12, 9, or 10, and you said something that was, like, very, disrespectful or offensive or just blatantly racist, you need to be destroyed for something you said at 12 years old when you're like 30 or 25 or 26, 27, 28, 29, shit, even early 20s, 19. You need to be taught a lesson that you said something umpteenth years ago, as if you're the same exact person. You're not the same person at 12 as you are 25. You know what I'm saying? You're not the same person. But this is what they do. This is why this problem stems in not only the art community, but it stems also in the video game, the movies, the cartoons, the animes. It's everywhere. The purity thing is a problem. That's where that issue comes in.
My pet peeves come from artists berating others for doing things that are harmless. Even if they consider the technique itself harmful to the growth of those they're criticizing, that's none of their concern.
Business. Yes.
I may not necessarily agree with a person's refusal to take criticism if they want to improve, but
yeah, I don't give criticism to anyone unless they paying for it. I don't even do it when they ask for it, very rarely, because I know for a fact that's going to go down, that's going to go left. I learned my lesson on that.
Yes.
So when someone asks me, how do I get better at drawing? You gotta become a student. I may answer once in a while to someone because there's something really like mundane, like really, really small, then it's one thing. But when it's like something like, how do you draw a head and all that stuff and muscles and this, that, and the third, I'm like, you gotta become a student. I ain't telling nothing to you, because as soon as I tell you anything, like someone earlier was saying, I forgot who it was, I think it was someone named Monkey D. Luffy. I think he was under the name Monkey D. Luffy. He was asking me, how do you draw poses? Because I'm scared to, draw poses or certain poses because I'm not good enough. And I told them that's a you problem. That's not even a skill issue. That's a you problem, because if you're too scared to draw them because you don't want to look perfect. Miles. It was Miles. I thought it was Monkey D. Luffy. My bad. It was Miles. It was Miles Morales. He came in here and asked me, how do you draw poses? And I was like, okay. I was going to answer, but he said something around the lines that he's scared to do like other dynamic poses or poses in general, or the poses I was doing. I'm like, well, either it's two things that's happening. Number one, it might be a skill issue where you need more practice, or you may know how to draw them, or you may not be that bad at drawing them, but they may not look as perfect as you want, and because they're not looking as perfect as you want, therefore you think you're a bad artist, so you don't bother to draw it. I.e. back to the whole, like, you shouldn't use a reference, or people use chicken scratching and this and that. People who make these type of statements or these type of restrictions are either not doing them themselves, or if they are doing them, they're not they're only mentioning it, but they're doing it in secret.
People start to criticize my stuff and not walk me through what they think.
That too, but I don't like giving criticism to people who don't ask for it. If you don't ask, I don't bother. Even if the drawing looks horrible, if I think it's horrible, I ain't telling you shit till you ask me. Then I'll tell you. Especially if you're a student. If you're a student, then I'll tell you straight up what's the problem with it. I'm not even gonna play games with you. But when you're just a mundane person and you're showing me your art and I choose to look at it, cool, nice, I like this, I'll tell you what I like, but I'm not gonna tell you what I don't like. Because my don't likes are going to be the criticisms that you're gonna have a problem with. You know what I'm saying? That's how that ends up.
That is ultimately their choice to make, not mine. See, when I heard that people were promoting this, one very obvious thing popped into my mind. What about disabled artists? Yes, even if AI bros might have you believe that those who are physically disabled are just incapable of creating, disabled artists—
Bullshit! There's a man in Italy, I think he's still alive. He made literal backgrounds and he has no eyes. Fuck you. Straight up. There's a man in Italy right now, I think he's dead now, but it was documented on the History Channel that this man had no eyeballs. He was born with no eyeballs, and somehow he made a bunch of background art of nature. Fuck you. Straight up. I'm not kidding.
Artists do exist. Their disability doesn't have to be noticeable in their work for that to be valid. However, as a technique—
There's a dude who makes artwork and he has no arms. I'm not kidding. He makes art with his feet. His literal feet. So that's bullshit.
Said ye.
Bullshit. So that
Bourbon Sauce said
Bourbon Sauce says Tiny, it's amazing how capable she is.
It's crazy.
Retro says excuses, people, excuses.
And that puts me to shame because I'm like, man, this dude has no eyes, and that lady she has no arms, and she can make artwork with her feet. I think it was a he or a she. I don't remember what it was, but I think it was a man. If I remember right. And they make artwork with their feet alone. Fuck out of here.
Chicken scratch immediately stood out to me as something that you might see in the work of someone with coordination or mobility issues. Consider, if you will, how a toddler draws. They tend to be very determined in what they're doing, so there's not a lot of hesitation, but their lines are messy, uncoordinated, or shaky at best. An adult has comparable drive, but may hesitate more because not only is their goal more intricate, they are far more cognizant of the various steps they would have to take in order to achieve it. A disabled adult, however, would have these similar goals and concerns, but may ultimately struggle with keeping their lines uniform, much like the shaky, unrefined lines of a child still learning stability and coordination, resulting in a more defined figure crafted with less refined line work. This is where the technique of chicken scratch could come in really handy. Even though the technique seems unrefined, when used in conjunction with an ideal, it simply becomes a necessary part of how the piece is constructed. And that's only giving physical reason for the technique. What about personal preferences? What if the artist in question just prefers a scratchy, messy sketching style? Clean lines are nice to look at sometimes, but much like everything in life, too much of a good thing becomes a poison on the mind. If everyone drew with really clean, deliberate lines, I think we would get bored. We need those variations in spice to draw out the delicious visual appeal in everybody's individual talents. From my experience, as an artist grows and becomes wiser in their craft, they tend to try to reject aspects of their style that they don't like, and this would include chicken scratch. If an artist hasn't done that, it's potentially because they aren't skilled enough yet, they're physically incapable, or they simply prefer how it looks. I don't really see why that should be such an issue. If anything, the artists furthering the notion that you can't draw in chicken scratch are just pushing
Beanbag says, what am I looking at?
Preferences or insecurities onto
You're looking
others.
at the...
Like, I don't think there's more of a surefire way to indicate
We're looking
to me
at
that you're
the...
self-conscious.
You're looking at the animatic.
Bright
Close says it beanbag high bean.
Oh yeah, she wasn't here. She didn't see us make this. She wasn't here.
Beanbag says I know looks funky.
Like this.
Beanbag says he bright.
And this. Made this today.
Beanbag says oh so pretty.
About aspects of your own art than by complaining about it in others. Chicken scratch as a technique is not indicative of a bad artist, but dictating what harmless sketching techniques people are or are not allowed to use based on your personal preferences is certainly indicative of a toxic, entitled one. Number 4, artists who exaggerate emergency commissions. Another thing that is not unique to artists, but since we are talking about artists who annoy me, and the artists who do this do annoy me, I'm going to talk about it. Being online, I'm sure that plenty of artists or consumers of art content have seen emergency commissions crop up now and again. Generally, those that something happens that disrupts the artist's life in a negative way, and they are struggling to stay afloat financially. To put things simply, they need money and they need it fast. Of course, course, this could be for a variety of different reasons. Medical bills, vet bills, an unexpected flood in the basement, having to bail a loved one out of jail, a now ex-family member stealing a whole ton of money.
I'm sorry, if you're a family member, you got yourself in jail, don't call me. Do not fucking call me. Yes, I'm that family member. If you put yourself in a position where you got in jail and you did some stupid ass shit, and I hear the story that you caused yourself to get there, fuck you. I ain't helping you. I don't care. I don't care we was best buds. I don't care we was born in the same crib. I don't fuck you. No. I'm not doing that. Because what's going to happen from that point on is every time when you get in some bullshit, you're going to pull me in your bullshit, and then I have to help you. And if I don't have, I'm the bad family member. I might as well just be the bad family member now.
Retroclose says, free my boy Ray Ray, he ain't do nothing.
Free my boy. Free my boy Ray Ray.
On the other hand, I'm of the mindset that people online shouldn't feel compelled to pry into someone's personal life. People should share only what they're comfortable sharing, and they shouldn't feel pressured into revealing more than that. Hell, maybe the reason they needed the money wasn't exactly what they claimed it to be online, but that's because while the thing that they do need it for is equally as or even more serious, it's also way more embarrassing, and they just didn't feel comfortable being that open with strangers online. It's been quite a few years since it happened, but I do vaguely recall an artist using that tactic only for someone to call them out on it, accusing them of lying to scam their audience. People started disputing the commission orders, trying to get their money back, and so the artist was forced to reveal the embarrassing circumstances surrounding why they needed the money anyways. Unsurprisingly, the audience then turned on the person who accused them of being a scammer, and if I'm remembering correctly, that person refused to admit fault because they felt that since the artist did technically lie about why they needed the money, them prying into the artist's life to force the reveal of the more embarrassing truth was totally justified. I don't hold anything against the artists who do this in earnest, because as the name of this section sorta implies, my issue comes from those who exaggerate the nature of the so-called emergency. If you're not exaggerating why you need the money, and you're just choosing to obscure something that is just as serious as you said it was, but simply too personal to talk about with strangers.
I'm not gonna lie, if this were to happen to me, I don't think it will work out. I don't think that will actually work out for me. I do not think, in a weird way, that if I had an emergency situation, I do not think people are just going to come to my aid just because they know I'm in a bunch of bullshit. I don't think that's going to work.
It's not hard to understand why someone might do that. With that said, on the other hand, if you're going to be compelling people into becoming your financial safety net by appealing to their empathy, I feel as though those people should get some level of assurance that their goodwill is not being taken advantage of. For this reason, I do struggle with that stance a wee bit in these scenarios, simply because of the number of times I have seen this tactic abused. Some people are just way too comfortable making their subscribers worry about their safety or their financial stability, even in cases where there's no actual reason to do that. There's something about the idea of another person getting anxious because they're worried that you're not going to have enough food or that you're going to lose your house or something that really gets my anxiety flaring up. Just the thought of putting that much pressure or worry on another person is so uncomfortable. I don't know what my subscribers have to go through on a daily basis. I don't want them worrying themselves into a tizzy thinking that I'm in danger or something. That just seems cruel. When an artist opens emergency commissions, you expect it to be for an emergency, not because they ran out of money in their budget for their streaming subscriptions or because they want to buy the latest AAA horror game. What they're actually doing here, aside from making their subscribers worry unnecessarily, is jading people to the concept of emergency commissions, meaning when other artists actually have an emergency and desperately need people to purchase from them, that is going to be a more difficult task because people are now of the mindset that those asking for commissions for the sake of an emergency are not actually in need of help. Much like the case of the boy who cried wolf, their selfish actions are making life needlessly more
for other people,
for everybody else. What's even more frustrating about that is that commissioners tend to be a little more understanding about the products they're paying for taking longer to produce when they're buying them under those circumstances. They have this expectation that the artist is already stressed and that while the funds are supposed to help with that,
Ultimately, there are other responsibilities that the artist will have to get out of the way before the client can actually get what they paid for. So people are usually willing to wait a little longer than they normally would, and sometimes they're willing to give the artist more leeway and will not try to pester them about it too much. I've heard plenty of horror stories about artists who wouldn't complete the commission, but still expected the commissioner to just let them keep them.
No, what the fuck? No, dude, that's not great. You're an asshole. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a horrible customer experience you just gave your customer. Now they're going to tell other people. No, don't do that. Don't ever do this. If you can't finish the artwork, give their money back. Give their money back. Actually, quite frank, if you give them their money back...
Retro says, oh no.
Like, if you give their money back, you'll be surprised on how much they'll be like, okay, I gave your money back. I'm sorry I couldn't do the commission because of whatever's going on with me. And I didn't want you to wait longer, and I want you to have a great experience. You know what they'll do? They'll send you back the money, or they'll give you even more money from before because you was being nice enough, and you was being considerate of their situation as a paying customer. They may actually let you have it. But if you just expect them to give it to you, what the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? What? Don't do that. That's evil. You really think these people want to give away their money just because you have some type of issue you can finish what they pay you in the first place? Would you do that? No, you won't want that to happen to you. Why would you do it to other people? What the fuck?
The money because they needed it for
that is
an emergency.
Evil.
And these are the situations where I worry that is going to happen the most, where the client will just eat the loss because it was an emergency and I was trying to help. The thought of these people having their goodwill taken advantage of and then just being walked all over like that is enough to make my noodly little arms want to start swinging. Of course, the absolute worst ones in this camp are the ones who flat out lie about there being an emergency in the first place. Some of these people will classify them as emergency commissions, but they will at least specify the non-emergency thing that the funds are for. The liars are a real problem, as it will turn out what they actually wanted the money for was something frivolous, but they will swear up and down to you that this is not the case. It's just that these people realize it's easier to spur your audience into action if they think you're in need of help, which is so bloody disgusting. The nerve of some people to so keenly...
All I want you guys to do is just watch when I draw men. That's all I want. That's it. That's it. Fuck y'all. I just want you guys to support when I'm drawing dudes. That's it. I don't think that's hard. That's not hard at all. I don't think so.
Take advantage of another person's goodwill like that. While I may have my suspicions because of a person's online behavior, this one's a little more difficult to prove outright because you never really know what's going on in someone's personal life. The few times I've seen this myself, while the lie has been insulting to their audience, they haven't been outright heinous. Usually these people are asking for maybe 60 to 80, rarely more than $100, and they're getting these funds from multiple clients. So it's almost never one single client being deceived into giving them a lot of money all at once. It's spread out across a couple different people to make it more affordable for them all individually. That doesn't make what the artist is doing good, but at the very least, it's not doing any potential harm to another person's finances. I mean, if you're not going to be able to pay rent because you ordered a $15 emergency commission, that's sorta on you. I have seen some situations online where it was proven that the individual was lying. I know that there was this person on TikTok who claimed that they were unhoused and that they were raising money for a medical procedure, only for someone to prove that it was all going to a high-end car and a housing complex in a pretty affluent neighborhood. Or, you know, the multiple times now people have faked cancer to raise money, but I'm not as familiar with that in the art community. Maybe a couple, but my brain can't actually pinpoint anything specific. I think I did hear talk of a comic book artist a while back who did that, but I didn't really look into it at the time because it was regarding a book that, truth be told, based on the reason they said it was made, I had no intention of buying the book anyways, so I can't actually be sure. That's not to say that these situations don't exist.
The one and only Panda says, hey Teach.
I'm just not omnipotent.
Hey,
I'm forgetful
Panda,
and I don't really like interacting with people for extended periods of time, and so I'm not aware of everything that goes on in the community. Point is, it's a pet peeve because with the first version of these artists, they're getting people worried for things that are not emergencies, and for the other version, I know these fuckers exist, but I don't immediately know who they are. Sneaky little parasites. Number 5. Artists who constantly complain about ruining their sketches. Look, I get the plight of ruining a piece that you were starting out really
That's a thing?
Trust me, I get it. Much like I understand initially enjoying a piece, looking at it again a week later, and then wondering what in the bloody blue hell you were even thinking.
Said yes.
Artists having a preference for their original sketches over the finished product is not something new. And a lot of it comes from the extra detail within the sketch itself that ends up getting lost when translated to line art. Achieving that balance is, in and of itself, a skill that one needs to train. Of course, I understand where people are coming from with this. I have plenty of pieces that simply ended at the line art or coloring phase because I either wasn't confident enough in my skills to make the finished piece look as good as I wanted it to, or because I simply didn't know where I wanted to take it from there. Some pieces I did try to go that extra mile, but ended up having that same issue and stopping halfway through the coloring process because I lost the plot. I
said this many times. Okay, I've said this many times. If a piece is not working, start over. I know that sounds like a big attack for a lot of people, but you'd be surprised how much, if you start over instantly as soon as you're not feeling it, instantly, and you go do it over again, you'd be surprised how fast you can get back to where you are, or you'll actually pull a better piece than what you was currently working on, because you know it was the issues that was plaguing it in the first place. But a lot of people do not like this advice because telling them to start over is like an attack on their person. But they rather keep going down that path where the drawing is already started, or they're put this amount of hours in the drawing, so therefore if I put them on the amount of hours is going to justify the bullshit that you're doing. I'm like, no, dude, you're gonna just hate yourself more. You'd be surprised how much these people do this stupidness. It's wild. Remember, you guys was watching me draw the girl, the purple hair girl from Frieren. I forgot her name, The Apprentice. And you saw how I was not liking the drawing. I was like, this is not really working. Let's start over. I know some of you was like, how can you just start over? I was like, nah, bro, you gotta start over.
That's Fern.
Fern. It was Fern. I was drawing Fern. And it was just not clicking. I was like, nah, we're not doing this. And then when I flipped it over and just started drawing it all over again, just instantly started doing it, it was looking way better than it was before. Because I know initially what was wrong for the previous drawing, so I made sure not to do what I did before. If you do this, you'll be surprised how much you can save yourself a lot of headache and heartache and waste of time. And then you have that drunken state of, oh shit, what the hell was I thinking when I was drawing this?
Go back to a couple of these now that so much time has passed. But the people who will not shut the fuck up about ruining their sketches on every single damned piece are the most irritating, exhausting little self-flagellators. There is only so much complaining that I can take. Ironic in a video where I'm essentially complaining about pet peeves, I guess. So much of my annoyance from these people really just comes from their unwillingness to do anything about the problem they have. Especially when there are very easy tricks that they could try to fix the issue at hand, and they just don't. There are problems in our lives that are either too widespread for us as individuals to do anything about on our own, like political corruption or a mass genocide happening on the other side of the planet, or which are things that we don't presently have the resources to fix. However, art is unique in that we can solve these problems. Maybe not always on our own, but that's where input from friends or other artists can come in really handy. If you don't know where to go with a piece, bringing in another person with a different perspective than you can do wonders. They might even be able to offer up a solution or a viewpoint that you would have never considered that not only makes the piece 10 times better, but also reinvigorates your artistic drive by providing you with a muse. You could also try just stepping away from the piece for a while, a week away, or maybe even a month.
I said that same shit. Walk away from the drawing. Walk away from the drawing for a good hour or two, and you start seeing what's wrong with it. Because you're gonna have that the honeymoon phase / tunnel vision thing where you're so focused on getting it done that you're not seeing that there's problems with it. If you walk away for an hour or two, probably in 24 hours, and come back, you start seeing, oh shit, this shit looks off. And plus, most of you don't flip the canvas. Flip the canvas. If you're using digital, flip the fucking canvas. You'd be surprised how much you can save yourself a lot of headache if you flip the canvas.
And all of a sudden, when you come back to it, your perspective has changed. In that regard, my pet peeve with these artists comes from their unwillingness to actually seek out a solution to their problem. All they ever want to do is complain, and while complaining can be cathartic at times, if you're constantly struggling with the same issue and never doing anything about it, complaining becomes more of a crutch. It becomes the go-to response to making these mistakes so that you don't have to solve the problem. You sketch out a piece, ink and color it to come to a result that you don't enjoy, let out all of your emotional frustration in one big complaint session, and then you move on to a different piece where you repeat the process over again. For those who are then forced over and over to sit there and listen to these artists complaining about a problem that they've never even tried to fix, it's like watching someone fail 100 times on a video game level that you're perfectly aware how to beat. Much like with many things in life, it is more reasonable for kids or teenagers to do this because they probably don't have enough technical knowledge or life experience to come up with solutions to their problem. And so I have way less patience for adults in this regard. So to prevent these artists continuing along with their excuses, I'm going to give you guys a couple different options you could try to combat these issues if it's something that you yourself are struggling with. Firstly, while you're in the inking process, regularly hide the line art so that you can check to make sure that your lines and proportions are maintained across the piece in the way that you want. Overall, I find it best to reduce the opacity of your sketch layer a fair amount when inking. Personally, I like to go down to around 30, 20, or even 15%. Not only does it allow you to draw over it without the two images blending together in your brain,
Right, can you do me a favor, bud? Can you check if Mike's available?
So that you can see exactly where these mistakes are being made. If you don't do this, then your line art can become lost in the sketch lines, and then they sort of just bleed together.
Rose says okay.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate it.
Trust me, I've seen people who don't do that. You might be surprised.
I was supposed to ask him for the stream. I forgot to do that.
Or unfinished line art a try. If you have a heavy preference for your sketches over your line art, it might just be that the style of the line art you're using is not to your tastes. A lot of people have this incorrect expectation that clean line art is the ideal, but truthfully, it's not for everybody, and sometimes your line art should change depending on the piece. Hell, that's why digital artists utilize different brushes for inking, because giving your line art a different look can convey different meanings within the piece. Back when I was working on those Rowdy 3 busts, I specifically had to go searching through Clip Studio assets for a rougher brush, since because of comic books being a prominent inspiration for me, I usually use really clean, bold, and dramatic line art, and that simply wasn't going to work for lifelike busts of a bunch of rambunctious, chaotic gutter punks. I wanted the line art to match the vibe of the characters themselves. There are lots of different things that you can do with line art. If you're unsure about which style would look the best, try making a couple different copies of your piece and testing out various line art styles to see which one meshes the best with what you're trying to achieve. Which actually brings me to my third option. Give copies of the sketch to your artist friends or your subscribers, if you have a wide enough audience for this to be possible, and ask them to ink and color it. See what they come up with. Maybe turn it into a collaboration project. Analyze what you like and don't like about the results. If you're a creator, you can not only turn that into content, but you could use it as a means of promoting other artists to your followers. I'm sure that the people who took the time to help you would really appreciate that. Fourthly, instead of inking, why not just clean up the sketch and use that as the line art? Not only have I seen plenty of artists use that technique, I've done it before a couple times, and I can tell you it's quite fun.
It is quite fun, because you don't have to do double the work. Well, you're kind of doing double the work. You use a sketch and you clean it up. You don't make it into the line art and do all that tracing shit anymore. You just kind of clean everything up. I think my mods and other of my students have seen me do this thousands of times before. I'll do a sketch and I'll clean it up by erasing and thinning out what I want and thickening out what I want without actually doing the whole, take another layer, overlay, and then I just trace over the whole thing all over again.
It works out splendidly if you're trying for a more rough painted aesthetic. You can even color or slightly paint over the sketch itself to make it blend into the piece better. The fifth and final option I present to you is to just upload the sketch as is. Seriously, if you always end up preferring the sketch to the final product, then just stick with the sketch. There's nothing that says you have to render every piece.
Nope.
Hell, there's nothing that says you have to render any piece. Art is personal, and unless the point of the piece is to piss you off, you should enjoy what you produce. So why not stick to the steps that you actually like? That's not to say that you shouldn't still make an effort to go a little further if that is something that you want to get better at. You can only improve in the things that you practice after all, but you don't necessarily need to post the results if you're not satisfied with them. As said by Paul Valerian, translated by Rosalie Maggio, in the eyes of those who anxiously seek perfection, a work is never truly completed, a word for them that has no sense, but abandoned. And this abandonment of the book to the fire or to the public, whether due to weariness or a need to deliver it for publication, is a sort of accident, comparable to the letting go of an idea that has become so tiring or annoying that one has lost all interest in it. Essentially, this means a work of art is never truly finished, merely abandoned. In that sense, anything you produce will never reach its end by virtue of its own destiny. As the artist, you decide when something is done through how much time you choose to put into it. And if you choose to abandon it as a sketch, then only as a sketch was it ever meant to exist. Number F. Older artists who are jealous of the opportunities had by younger artists. This one I find to be super dumb. Okay, so for context, I didn't get on the internet until I was 14. I didn't start exploring digital art until I was past 15. I didn't get a digital art tablet until I was 16. To contrast that, nowadays we have literal children being raised on iPads and the internet before they are even in preschool. There is a huge difference between older generations of artists and the upcoming generations. While modern generations are growing up with in-depth video tutorials, step-by-step breakdowns, and the ability to solicit criticisms from older, more experienced creators from across the globe, not to mention the endless examples of varying artistic styles presented to them online, we grew up on Peter Gray's How to Draw Manga.
Oh,
I know it
God.
just gives some of y'all traumatic flashbacks.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That they are excelling
like,
faster
straight
than
up.
we did. Not to mention, children tend to pick up on and learn things easier than adults do because they have little sponges for brains. Like, if anything,
says LMAO.
The older artists who
I
get
hate
angry
those
at
stupid
them
books.
for having better, more varied opportunities to grow than they did when they were kids are jealous troglodytes. I can understand having some jealous thoughts. I can understand wishing that you had the same resources growing up. But it's not the kids' fault. Why get mad at them when they are just trying to learn? That's sort of the nature of a developing world. As things get better, upcoming generations are going to have an easier time excelling in certain areas. That's the point, to make the world a better place for future generations. Yet, time and again, you will have older generations being upset by this. Back in my day, blah, blah, blah. What, you're mad at them for utilizing the resources you yourself acknowledge you would utilize were you at their age? Sure. That sounds fair. Kids should be jealous of us because we had childhoods that weren't dominated by the disgusting, soul-crushing, self-esteem destroying standards presented to them on a daily basis by tone-deaf influencers and money-hungry companies desperate to push them into adulthood as fast as possible so they can milk them for every penny that they have. And you know what? I'm gonna say that I can even understand being jealous of some situations where older artists are snubbed from an opportunity in favor of a younger artist. I know that there's a trend in some creative industries, animation and potentially comic books in particular, where older generations of creatives are being phased out for younger ones, not because the newer generations are more skilled than they are, nor because the older generations can no longer do the job, but because they're cheaper. Oftentimes because they're not as skilled.
Yeah, this is the whole having a master's compared to associates situation, where if you have a master's degree, they're not that you won't make money or anything, it's just that the likelihood of you being hired, they may hire you, but the likelihood they may not, at the same time as you not having enough experience as someone who has associates or less, because, well, either one thing, it's going to cost more money to train you, or if the other guy is more trained, it's going to cost more money to pay him or her. So that's where that problem comes in. So, like, if you have a master's degree, you may not get hired because they're going to expect you to want more money, and they may not have it in their budget. If you have less than that or whatever, they may not hire you because you don't have enough experience, and you might be cheaper, but you don't have enough experience, so you might be a problem to deal with and to train up depending on what the situation may be. So that's a thing.
Practically hiring them right out of school, and when they don't yet understand what an acceptable level of expectation is for that new job. That I can understand. I think any potential anger should be directed towards the companies that are choosing to hire cheaper labor to save a buck, and not the artists who are just trying to get a job and who are, all things considered, kind of getting cheated. But at the very least, I could understand the jealousy felt towards them for getting the job. Or perhaps the dissatisfaction with knowing that for every artist you convince to actively charge their worth, there will just be another one waiting in the wings to scoop that opportunity up without a care for how that affects the industry expectations in the long run. Yet, in that regard, since these are primarily adult artists that I'm talking about here, I would expect them to have some level of self-reflection and to put that jealousy aside when interacting with younger artists, especially in a professional setting. The irony being that if every older artist discouraged newer generations from going into art, they would die out and we would eventually run out of artists. Given how personal art is, we should be encouraging and propping up younger artists. Their voices are just as important, especially with the ever-shifting and frighteningly fast growth of technology in the modern age. How will artists choose to express themselves in a world dominated by AI content? What does it feel like to grow up in a world of such convincing forgeries that you can't trust anything? How will a generation raised by iPads communicate their need for connection and love? What would art look like when created by a generation with lacking motivation and short attention spans? How do younger artists see the growing conflicts of the world? How will they showcase their concerns about that through their content? The world will always need artists of every living generation for us to be able to understand the vast array of perspectives that exist and why those viewpoints can help us to understand one another. That's the goal of art, right? To convey perspectives that cannot be easily communicated with words, to appeal to people emotionally at much deeper, more intimate levels. It is the responsibility of older artists to teach the younger generations how to survive in an ever-changing landscape that is becoming progressively more hostile to creatives, to pass on their wisdom so that the craft can continue to evolve. Equally, we should be learning from them because they are growing up in a world that is completely foreign to us by this point. And if our own art has any chance of speaking to a generation raised on technology, then we need to understand their perspective. Not to mention, if they better understand the developing technologies with how fast they're growing, we need to understand them to a degree as well. The human body is flawed and weak, barely lasting a century on its own. It is through our art and our children that we are able to live longer than life would allow. Yet art can only survive if it speaks to people on a personal level. If your art can't speak to the younger generations because your perspective is too out of date, because you were too wrapped up in your own jealousy to acknowledge that these are just people like you,
Ruben Sauce says this is beautifully said.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have letter 7. Artists who obsess over likes on their posts so much that they make it your problem. I'm not great with numbers. Yeah, like fucking as if this wasn't obvious. Not when it pertains to socials. I actually kind of try not to think about them. But that's not to say that I don't understand why people focus on them, especially in this day and age. As unfortunate as it may be, we have a whole generation of new artists growing up to see the numbers as the end-all be-all qualifiers for what makes good art, which is really sad when you actually think about it. Likes and reblogs and comments and subscribers. Engagement on your posts can be very important, especially on websites where...
This is why I tell people, don't look at my subscriber number or my follow number. All that proves is how long I've been here. It doesn't prove how good I am. That's up to you, especially on this medium in this particular spot of the interest that I'm doing here that got you on this page in the first place. So, like, for instance, I can do a bunch of drawings of cars, but maybe not a lot of people like seeing car drawings. But I may get a bunch of people who likes car drawings. Doesn't mean, per se, that I'm a good artist at all things. I might be just good at drawing just cars, right? And that's it, right? And I might have blown up pretty fast, or it took me some time. To me, most cases, either one or two things. You hit a niche that is pretty valuable and people find that interesting, or you've been here for a while and you just posted a lot to the point where people can't get enough of you ignoring them in their FYP, so they eventually started following you or just checking your shit out, and then over time they became a follower or whatever case may be. That's what it seems like to me. Because I started on TikTok back in, 2019. Yeah. I think 2019. 2019. Yeah, 2019. Yeah, 2019. Or 2020. Or late 2020, I think. And it just proves how long I've been just on the platform, to be honest. It took me time. I post nearly every day, and I was streaming every day, so I just posted what I drew that day, and that's pretty much it. With the help of the anime girl stuff, because, you know, Sims love anime girls, so it is what it is. But it is what it is.
Slavma just followed.
Because if I was drawing a bunch of dudes, I don't think I would even be half of where I'm at right now, so let's just call it for what it is. I'll be at probably 40,000.
Rod the Dalmatian said, okay, I'm going to go by.
Alright, later, bro. That's pretty much what that is.
Engagement is what stimulates the algorithm and pushes your content into the feeds of potential new viewers. That's why bait content is so prevalent. Content that is specifically designed to instill a strong emotional reaction in the audience, usually anger, so that they will comment and increase engagement. You see this in artist circles a lot too, but the ones I'm more familiar with are the "if we get X level of engagement, they'll take off a piece of clothing" posts, or the "engage X amount for me to reveal X whatever" posts. For as much as I view the practice as transparent clout whoring, it's also relatively harmless and easy to ignore. It's the ones who make that lack of engagement your problem that start to really annoy me. The artists who do these types of engagement bait posts spam your feed with it because they are not getting the engagement that they want, and when they continue to fail to get this engagement, they whine and bemoan their subscribers for not giving it to them. I had actually totally forgotten about this, but writing that line alone gave me a flashback to someone doing it back when I used Tumblr. They reblogged the same post multiple times within the hour because people weren't responding to it fast enough. Like, chill, bruh. You've got like 100 subscribers and the majority of them are probably in school. I even vividly remember one instance where someone did make one of those "I'll do X if I get X many likes on this image" posts, and the number of likes they were asking for was literally higher than their subscribers.
Says Mike said yeah.
Which means that they were counting on their subscribers to reblog it so that it reached into their circles and accumulated enough interest from totally new viewers in order for them to do the thing that they were promising. It was no longer a matter of their subscribers giving them what they wanted, it was the responsibility of their subscribers' subscribers. Literally, even if all of their subscribers had liked the post, it wouldn't have been good enough. Like, at some point you have to understand that not all of your subscribers are going to like all of your content. Some people take social media breaks, some people abandon old accounts, some people only follow you for very niche content, and some people are like me and they specifically don't feed into or respond well to these types of posts. But then the worst is when they don't reach that goal and they start guilt-tripping their audience for them not reaching what was so very clearly too high of a goal. As if it's somehow the audience's fault that their expectations were so ridiculous.
Shit. Have I been doing it wrong? Because I asked everyone to give a like to the Gojo thing if we get to... Was it Gojo? No, was it Gojo? It was Gojo or one of those posts, and I said if we get 500 likes, then I'll just post the Nico Robin one. It only got, what, 38 likes? I don't know. Am I doing it wrong? Because I have 90,000 something followers, and over 400 people looked at that, or at least 500 people looked at that. It only has 38 likes, so what does that tell you? I don't know. I thought 500 was a doable number. I thought, especially as Gojo half naked, so I was like, I thought that would be a doable number. Like, it's Gojo. I was like, fuck, I didn't think that would be an issue, but apparently that was too hard for my audience. So this is why I can never understand.
Actually, because sometimes you can.
Because I did the same thing with what's her name, Furin. I didn't even say anything. I just posted a video of Furin. That shit passed 12,000 views and it already has like 1,000 something likes. I was like, how does that make sense? Like, bro, they got 1,000 likes out of 12,000, but they only got 400. They only got 38. That doesn't make no sense.
Tell that some of these artists already have these pieces prepared, particularly the ones where they're all "give me X engagement and this character will take off their clothes." So now they're mad because
Are people really doing that? I've heard of this before, but is people really doing that? Like, if this gets a lot of likes, I'll I'll put a video of them taking their clothes off.
Suave Mart said yes.
Oh shit, that's a thing. I know for a fact if I did that, I'd get raked over the coals for that one.
They've prepared all of these pieces ahead of time, and they feel cheated because they can't post them. I guess being
Retro says yep, Twitter definitely Twitter.
A multi-image post where the character was stripping. It doesn't have to be for the sake of engagement farming. If you like the art, you can just post it. Oh, and there's a special place at the bottom of the Mariana Trench for the ones who then hold the fact that their subscribers aren't going to see the end results because they didn't give them that engagement over their heads. Basically rubbing it in the face of all the subscribers who tried. Because, shocker, the people who didn't engage with it probably don't care. But the people who did, do. Shaming and punishing them for, like, what? Not liking hard enough? I'm sure that they're trying to shame those who didn't like the posts, but again, those guys probably don't care. And they're certainly not going to respond well to being shamed for not engaging with a piece on your terms. Much like art, favorites and likes are personal, unique to the individual, which means everybody has different criteria for what they do and do not like. For the longest time, the only posts that I would like on Twitter were pieces of fan art that people had made for me. Hell, that's only talking about these stupid engagement bait posts, because hot damn, that is not the only time they will berate you for not engaging with their content. I'd even argue that the most egregious instances are them complaining just generally about a lack of engagement on their art. Not getting enough likes on your illustrations? Blame the subscribers. Clearly it's their fault. Sure, if you're really concerned about numbers, I can see how regularly not
I don't think that makes sense. I don't blame the subscribers. All that means is your content's just not good enough. That's all that truly is. Because if your content was funny or engaging enough or provoked something, like, it's easy to get people. Like, right now, if I draw a bunch of literally
SUGAIDREAM said slay.
Like, if I drew a bunch of very NSFW poses right now, if I restarted the streams right now, and I started drawing some crazy NSFW poses of anime girls, I am getting a response. I will get a response whether I like it or not. I know that for a fact, because I was drawing Pop Step like this, and dude came in and says, "Why are you drawing this, bro? This is problematic." I'm like, "Why? What's wrong with it?" And he could not he could not explain it to me. He said it was problematic because it's I guess sexual to a degree. I'm like, what is sexual? She's standing. There's nothing. She's not grabbing it. She's not doing anything. She's in her signature costume. That's it. This is public record type costume. This is nothing new. I'm not putting anything crazy. She's not doing anything. She's standing, bro. And then I'm like, would you rather me draw a dude instead? Because there's a bunch of pictures of that of dudes. Bro said it's different. How is it different? Tell me what is it different between me drawing Gojo with no shirt on and just shorts, and the difference between me drawing Pop Step in a whole one piece. Yes, one piece, stockings, a mask, her hair, and then ribbons, gloves. What's the difference? One's majorly more clothed compared to that one. Bro left. And he left. He didn't even say anything. He didn't argue. Because the problem is that they look at women, especially anime women, as just sex objects. That's it. That's it. That's it. Because if I was drawing Toji in a Speedo, bro would not say anything. Better yet, I'm pretty sure bro would probably encourage me to draw more Toji. That's the craziest part. When I'm drawing the dudes with their muscles and everything, they don't say a goddamn thing.
Visit Artextric's Kofi page at.
And I remember I drew a dude in a Speedo. Muscles glisten, everything. I even painted the dude. No face, no nothing. No one said anything. Drew a girl, standing, literally standing. No face. No hair. Just a mannequin. Bro, this is problematic. Why are you drawing this? You gotta go outside, bro. Hey, yo. No, the drawing is not even sensual at all. Nothing's wrong with the drawing. She's standing. It's a mannequin. Why don't you go to the nearest store at your JCPenney's or whatever store that's open or that's still in retail and tell them that the mannequin's problematic?
Bright Glow says menacingly.
Right? Menacingly.
Likes on your art could really be a hindrance to your motivation.
It's
it
crazy.
Might make you feel like what you make isn't good enough, or it might make you question what you're doing wrong. However, there are two things that
I know for a fact if you draw these things, if you draw females, it will bring an emotion. Guaranteed. So there's no point of keep constantly flipping or reposting the same thing. If you have to keep reposting the same post to expect some type of response, it's not a good post. Because if the post was good, you will know.
Here.
Mr.
Firstly,
Krabs returns.
You don't
3
know
said hoy
how
hoy.
the algorithm picks up
Hey,
your
Mr.
work
Krabs,
and
what's
shows
going on,
it
bro?
to other people, or even whether it does. I think a lot of us are very aware that algorithms can screw with whether or not your content is seen, even by your subscribers. As someone who makes content on YouTube, I know that it doesn't get pushed to everyone sometimes. Search the platform enough and you'll find plenty of comments from people talking about how YouTube isn't notifying them when their favorite creators put out new videos, or when they are inexplicably unsubscribed from channels they were subscribed to. The same thing could be happening to your art and you simply wouldn't
Mr.
know.
Krabs
You couldn't
returns.
know.
3
To
said
cite
going
another
good.
example, I follow an
That's
artist
good.
named Marcus Williams on
That's
Twitter.
good.
Mr.
Despite
Krabs
this,
returns.
his
3
work
said
does
and you.
not show up
Oh,
in
well.
my following feed as it
Could be
should.
better.
He only
It's going
shows
well.
up in my For You page, which I never scroll through because it's a bunch of people I'm not following and I'm not interested in following. I actually didn't even know that I wasn't seeing Williams' content for a really long time, and it was only after Twitter automatically switched me over to the For You page, as it sometimes annoyingly does, that I realized he was still posting work and I just wasn't getting any of it in the right feed. A lack of engagement on your posts does not inherently mean that people dislike the content. It might just be that something is inhibiting how it's being shared. If you're really worried about it, wait a couple weeks, maybe even a couple months, and then try reblogging it on your own. It could just be that the piece was on people's feeds at an inopportune time, so don't feel bad about reblogging your art every once in a while, especially if it's a piece that you're proud of. Sometimes a piece that didn't speak to someone 3 months ago will speak to them in the present day. Maybe they didn't know who the character you were drawing was. Maybe they didn't get the joke. Maybe they were in a bad mood. Maybe they were self-conscious about their own pieces and seeing your art just made that feeling worse. You don't always know why people don't like your work, and while I understand that it's very easy to boil things down to it's simply not good enough, that is not always the case, and I think people need to be more conscious of that. Art gains in popularity because it speaks to a broad audience, and if something is inhibiting that, whether it be from the algorithm or audience members simply not being in the right mindset for it at the time, that is not your fault. Secondly, if you are exclusively making art for the sake of getting likes, maybe it's just me, but I feel like you're doing it for the wrong reasons. The cool thing about art is that even if nobody else likes it, as
You
long
like
as
it.
you do, you still
Yep.
end up feeling fulfilled by making it and making it look the way that you want it to. If you're only making it for the sake of getting engagement and you don't get that engagement, what do you have by the end of the day? I feel like the people who push all of their number problems onto their audience and make it their problem really need to reassess why they're even making art. Number octopus! Artists who condescend to other artists for drawing fan art. To my recollection, I have only come across one person who did this, but it's one of those things that stuck in my head because the way that they went about it really put me off of them as a person. In fairness, I already wasn't super invested in their art, kind of just wasn't for me, but it was the way that they treated other artists that made me not want to interact with them as a whole. The artist in question had a habit of condescending to and essentially directly stating that artists who drew fan art were lesser as artists. If I remember correctly, they weren't even arguing against fan art on the grounds of its technically copyright infringement. No, a good chunk of their argument was just, it's not original. According to this artist, anyone who drew fan art simply did so because they weren't creative enough to draw anything else. Which, if you know artists, or you are an artist, you probably know that's incredibly reductive because...
Then Burger King, Wendy's, Jack in the Box, all these different burger places aren't original because burgers already exist. He shouldn't go to Burger King. He shouldn't go to McDonald's. He shouldn't go to Wendy's. He shouldn't go to Jack in the Box. He shouldn't go to Five Guys. Don't go to any of these places. Because they're all doing the same type of things. They're not doing anything original. The packaging's different, but the food is still the same. Most cases. Just don't go to these places. They're not real restaurants, I guess. The fuck?
Very rarely does an artist exclusively draw fan art. It's usually that they draw fan art in between their own original pieces. It's just that the frequency of that changes depending on the person.
Actually, he shouldn't play no Apex Legends. He shouldn't play no, he should just play Call of Duty and that's it. Don't play no first-person shooter type games because all the other ones are not original to a degree. Because they're all, do you have a first-person perspective? Don't play Overwatch. Shit, don't even play Fortnite now.
Swabmart said Player Unknown Battlegrounds.
Or Player Unknown... Yeah, Player Unknown Battlegrounds has a first-person and third-person. Don't play GTA. It has a first-person and third-person. First-person and third-person. Don't play Fortnite, because Fortnite now has a first and third-person. I think they have a first-person, but I think that's for a specific mode. I don't think it's all around in the game itself, but they do have a third and first-person mode now, I believe. Oh, or don't play even Fortnite. It's like, shit, don't even play Fortnite. Shit, don't even play Battlegrounds. Play Minecraft.
Said PUBG was the pioneer of Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Mr. Krabs returns. 3 said now I'm hearing I tried original didn't work that much even though I like drawing them.
Let me see. He said, now I'm hearing I'm tired original didn't work that much even though I like drawing them. You gotta like, see, original work comes from previous works. Believe it or not.
Sometimes people do draw a lot of fan art when they're just starting out because they haven't fleshed out their
Actually, most of Star Wars from the perspective of, what's his name, George Lucas, is not even all that original. Most of it is ripped off from a Japanese story. Ironically enough. Don't watch Star Wars. Go watch the original, the what Star Wars technically was. A Japanese, some type of story from way back when. Some old Edo type movie or some shit. It was in black and white.
Original ideas. Hell, sometimes people aspire to be a part of the media
said it has
that
a
they love
huge
so much,
inspiration
so they
from Dune
focus
2.
on that.
That too.
Artists who grew up reading comics.
And then that fucking Star Wars-esque ripoff from what's his name? Oh my god, who the dude who made 300 and the Justice League, Zack Snyder. He made that one space movie that was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a Star Wars story, but they said, fuck it, we'll make something completely original and slap a different name on it, but it's technically Star Wars to a degree. I forgot what it's called.
Chameleon says bet he eats Oreos without guilt. Cookie was Hydrox cookies.
Let's go! So that's stupid. That's a stupid take. Just because it's not technically original doesn't mean you can't draw it. You can put your own take on it. You can take something original and put your spin on it. That's what the multiverse is for. That was literally what the... Bro, that's literally what the multiverse was for in the DC and Marvel comics. We take the original IP of something, and then we change some parts about it to make something brand new and fresh. Will it go well? Maybe. Will it go bad? Maybe. Don't know. Till we try it, right? That's what the whole point of the multiverse is. Different Earths, right? So we can have different scenarios of different heroes in different situations. So you can't say, oh, that's not the definitive X, Y, and Z. Even though we all know that Earth 616 is the original one. That's why they have something called character Bibles. Character Bibles are basically the essence of what the character is, from Peter Parker to your Courage Kelly dog, to your Captain Americas, to your what do you call it, your Crash Bandicoots, to your Toy Stories. There's things called character Bibles. Look them up. It's the literal pilot, the essence of what that character originally was before it became something.
3 asks like inspiration.
Yeah, like inspirational stuff. Like, for instance, like if someone says draw this in your own style, right? If I took here like Pop Step here from My Hero Academia and drew it in my own style, I technically did, but I didn't make any real changes. I just drew exactly what I saw from the pose. That's it. That's what, like, you're drawing it in your own inspirational way. You don't have to draw exactly how the pose is. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, you don't have to. You can do it your own inspirational way. So like, there's many ways to skin a cat.
Great example of that. If you want comics to be your career, of course you're going to draw a lot of characters from comics because it showcases to an extent that you're capable of doing the job. Even if an artist does draw predominantly or even exclusively fan art, again, that doesn't mean that what they produce isn't art. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's lesser.
The only reason why I wouldn't really, the only reason why I would not encourage anyone to do fan art and just fan art alone is because you end up becoming somewhat of a... I'm not discouraging from drawing fan art. If that's what you do, go ahead. I don't think you're less than an artist, but please be aware. If you do fan art and only fan art, you will be known as a cover artist at that point. Meaning, if you want to do something original, your fans may not flock to it. Right? Now, if you have a particular art style and it's very noticeable, maybe it might work still. But if you're drawing exactly like, say, Genshin Impact stuff, and it looks a lot like something you'll see in the games, or it looks like artwork that's in the games, or artwork that look like it could be in the game itself, and you draw something completely different, people are just going to assume either it's a Genshin character, or since they don't know what it is, they may not even interact with it. Especially if it's not a character that they recognize, right? And that's where the problem of being a fan art character artist becomes, because now when you want to do something original, like make your own characters, do your own thing, your supporters may not really fuck with you like that, because they only was fucking with you because of a particular character that they relate to. Now, if you make characters that are relatable, similar to the characters that you was doing fan art, maybe might work. But then again, and then you're kind of working from scratch all over again. This is why when I started, I did do fan arts, but I started realizing I got more praise and work for doing either practice sketches, practice stuff that people can relate to, people can learn from. That was much easier. So even if I did something original, they're going to assume either one or two things. It's a fan art, it's a study, it's something original based on a study, it's something original based on a fan art. It can go any path. So it can be a fan art that is a study or a master study alongside not only being a fan art, a study, and also something you can learn from at the same time. I think they say just say study 3 times, but that pretty much that's what that is. And or what you can do is make a fan art, use it as a study, break away from the study, take that study and make it a whole new character based on what you learned from that character design. So you're getting a new character, you did a fan art that they understand, and then you also gave them a lesson. So you kill 3 birds with 1 stone. And if you have a very good art style and it really stands out, you just hit the 4th wall on that one. So you just knocked out 4 different niches in the art community that most people adhere to, like fan arts, art styles, lessons, and something original at the same time, or something that could be I wouldn't say original. I'll say more inspirational to a degree. So you could do that too. So that always works.
Their subjects. This artist was just really annoyingly condescending to those who wanted to explore subjects or topics that they had no interest in. Especially because this artist's original work was like, okay, so normally when someone's deriding those who draw fan art, you would expect them to draw original characters.
I bet you they don't!
Right? Well, this wasn't that. This was more like an exploration into the mind of the artist from the most basic level. You might then be like, oh, so it was their subconscious? Well, no, because the point of the subconscious is that it's subconscious, which is...
he doesn't make artwork. he just puts a restriction on you, but don't do the artwork. It's like what I said, it's like what Mandy said. I don't play, so therefore I don't lose. But then again, I put the restriction on you, so you have to follow it, even though I don't do it. What the fuck?
Things that we don't know about ourselves or don't want to admit about ourselves. It was more things that existed on the surface and which the artist probably could have outright told you. Things like, I don't want to be too specific here. Okay, like if they drew a design of a tree, separated it into different factions, and labeled each one things like interpersonal relations, childhood trauma, or loves. Since this was back on DeviantArt, each piece would then be accompanied with these huge walls of text, describing them all in detail in the image description because the pieces themselves never actually contained any symbolism that would have told you these things. It was all described through additional reading material. It was akin to writing fan fiction about yourself. Like a biography, but one where you just wax poetic about your mindset for pages on end.
Wait,
Very self-involved.
So wait, a documentation? Is that what she's saying? It's like it's a documentation of original work that he's explaining? He or she is explaining? I'm confused. Is that what that is? Is a documentation?
I don't want to imply that the art itself was bad, but it was pretty pretentious for this artist to be deriding other people drawing fan art of things that they enjoy, and then having all of their own art be so self-focused. How can you go after others for not being original enough in their work when your work is entirely your personal feelings? Is that even you drawing things that you enjoy? I guess unless you specifically enjoy talking about yourself, or maybe it was a case of self-love or self-actualization? They did have another argument against drawing fan art. That argument being, people only draw fan art because it's popular and their work gets more attention because of it.
That does happen. That's a fair point. I'm not even gonna lie. I drew Frieren without watching the show once. And I kind of felt bad, so I said, you know what? After I'm done doing this sketch, and I said it on stream, when I'm done doing this sketch, I'm gonna go watch Frieren. I felt kind of like a hack to a degree, like I'm drawing a character that I don't even know. I really don't know this character at all. I just know that it's a very popular character. I just see her everywhere, popping up somewhere down my feed, whether it's on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, whatever.
Mr. Krabs returns. 3 said definitely a good point.
So I said, you know what? I'm gonna watch the show and see if I like it. And then it's not anything, I did watch the show a little bit before even I did the drawing. I just watched up to like episode 2, dropped it, and then went to go do other things because I got, not bored, but I got occupied with other animes at the time. And then coming back to drawing the bunny girl outfit of Frieren, I kind of felt kind of scummy for it because I was like, do I even like this show? Because do I really like this show? Because I'm only drawing her because she's popular. Because if it was because I wouldn't probably draw this character if this character didn't even exist in my feed in the slightest. And I wouldn't probably even watch the anime either. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to put the effort to actually watch this show and then see, even though I finished it, I'm going to see if I actually would do more artwork of Frieren. Do I like the character? Do I like the story? Is it boring? Now I'm saying, like, yeah.
Wow, tell me more about how you're jealous people aren't paying enough attention to you. Now that I think about it, this was probably the argument that really turned me off of them. The argument doesn't even make any sense on a broad scale. When you really think about this, that's an incredibly toxic mentality directed against other artists. That they don't draw things because they truly enjoy them, only to trick people into paying attention to them by pumping out work related to something popular.
Okay, she's right and wrong. I like drawing, but I do want my work to be seen. So I'm admitting that I want my work to be seen, but I do like drawing. I can draw anything. And at the time, I was just spitballing like characters I was going to draw. I drew a random set of characters. That was not like I even had like a plan to draw. It was like it was a split second type thing, because I drew Luffy. Was that the same day I drew Luffy? I drew Luffy, I drew Frieren, and I drew what's her name? Forger. What's her name? Oh my god. Oh my god, what's her name? Starts with a Y, I think. Your Forger. Oh my god.
Bourbon Sauce said your Forger.
Bourbon Sauce says your Forger.
There we go. And I only drew them because it was popular. But then again, I said I only do fan arts when I'm doing my traditional work, because I don't have time to do like original character designs when I'm doing traditional work, because it gets too messy. I tend to change my mind frequently when I'm doing a character design, as a character design ends up being. It's constantly changing. It's never a set point. And you guys see me when I do my character designs, when we're doing like the hair design, eye design, head design, turnarounds, all the stuff, the character sheets. You see how my work gets, and it gets like hours to days long, right? So I said I'm never gonna do that again. So I said it's best to just stick to a fan art, or at least a fan art theme thing, than doing a character design on paper, because I'm gonna waste a lot of paper. I don't got a lot of erasers, and I got no time to do all that shit, and then making sure everything's working on the stream. So I made the executive's decision to make sure just every time we're doing any type of traditional work on Monday, it has to be a fan art. This is the only time you guys are going to catch me doing fan arts like that on a daily basis like that. Only on Mondays. But other than that, I don't do fan arts like this. I don't like doing fan arts because I just feel like it's kind of like a cover work type thing. I only do fan arts if it's literally trending at that time, or I really, really like the character, or really like the character. I think that's it. That's it. That's literally it. Those are the only two reasons. I like making my own characters. That's more fun, because there's no fucker coming in my stream saying, they don't look like that, or that's not how their thing works. I'm like, no, you can't tell me what to do. This is my character. Fuck off. You can't tell me what they look like. Nope. Especially if I'm designing them, so no.
It's insanely cynical. I admit that I'm guilty of cynicism in a lot of respects as well, but not to such an extent that I would accuse those who draw things that I have no interest in of only doing it for shallow popularity. People are varied, and everyone's reasons for exploring art.
To be honest with you, I don't see it as shallow. Like, all I see it is like a potential for people to see your work. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, because it's really hard to do character design and get people interested in your character designs without them comparing it to something that they've seen before, right? So I don't think it's evil for someone to technically do a trending character that's trending at the moment. If they're trending and you have a chance to get people to see your work finally, why the fuck not? That's like asking someone, if you do a demo reel of something specific, you might actually be seen by Disney or one of these AAA studios or Fortune 500 studios, and you might get a deal, a sponsorship, or shit. Why wouldn't you? Just because I don't want to be ridiculed because I'm not so far into the character's asshole. Like, what the hell? No, dude. Draw the character. If you think you can do it, do it. It might be a great experience. You might actually like making the character, and then you might actually get more interest in the show. That happened to me. I was not so far in the free end, but when I drew the character, I see how easy it was to draw her, so I was like, you know what? I actually like this. You know what? I'll go watch a show. Why the fuck not? Now I'm in like episode 6 or 7 now. Didn't even finish the season yet, and I'm still watching it because I'm enjoying it. Simple.
Are different. Some of them are shallow. There's absolutely
Mr.
no
Dot
doubt
Krabs
about
returns.
that. But such
3
a
said I
sweeping
usually picture the
generalization
character
like that
in my head
seems
that is inspired,
equally
then
as
try draw
shallow,
as
making
doodle
no
then
effort to
redraw when I
understand
feel
why
like I'm
people
ready
draw
to
fan
go
art,
all out.
merely boiling
Yeah,
it down to
makes
their
sense.
intentions being vapid. Why would other artists ever want to give someone who essentially accused
whatever works for your character design, that can work. You can do it. If you have an idea in your head, that's great. Usually I just kind of I go blank. I don't try to make up a character. I'll do what Rhino Tuda does. He kind of have like a theme. So like he'll have like a knight, and then he'll have like space, and then he'll have like a fish, right? And then he'll combine those 3 themes and try to keep that theme in check. So it'll be like a futuristic knight that that has like fish like armor or something like that. So you just go with those 3 things and combine them and see what you can make up of it.
them of being fake.
Or you can do the antro method where you take like a soda can or anything random in your room, and then you make a character design around the object. So you're not making the object into a character, you're making the elements or the components of that object into a character. Like you say you have cayenne pepper, right? The character doesn't have to be technically about being spicy, or it has to do with flames, but they have to have elements like the color. Maybe their personality is pretty like fiery, but they have nothing to do with fire per se. Or maybe something quite opposite. It could be a character that's red, but they're very shy, but yet they have they have a lot of spicy clothing, or maybe not even spicy clothing, but they have like a jacket that has flames on it, but they're very shy. You know what I'm saying? It contrasts based on their personality, but yet what they're wearing at the same time. So there's ways of doing this. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be in it to do it.
Fans the time of day. They might as well have just come out and said that they think other artists are fake liars who are only concerned with popularity. Incidentally, this artist also bemoaned the fact that their art didn't gain as much of an audience by virtue of its unique originality. Not always the case. That's the thing too. If they believed that drawing fan art was the way to get attention on your work, and they wanted that attention on their original work, couldn't they have just used fan art in order to draw people to their original works? Lead them to your work through familiar properties so that you can then instill an interest in your original ones. Clearly, they had a cynical enough mentality to believe that this was how you do it, and that it was a notoriously easy way to do it. So why not take advantage of that ease if it's for the sake of getting eyes on what you believe to be more fulfilling original work? Especially if they believed that self-focused work was intrinsically better. Of course, they weren't going to do that because they had already established this pretentious mindset that fan art is unoriginal, and I suppose they couldn't then risk going down that route and being labeled a hypocrite. Like it somehow makes them better that they would never deign to sully their fingers with making fan art. If other artists were vapid and shallow for drawing fan art for popularity, how is drawing a bunch of self-focused fan fiction also for the sake of popularity not equally vapid and shallow? If anything, doesn't that just mean that other artists are working smarter because they engaged in a practice that objectively brought more attention to their work? That's the thing too. That cynical mentality and that dissatisfaction with nobody paying attention to their work already betrayed a level of hypocrisy. This artist wanted people to pay attention to art that was wholly self-involved, wanting people to take an interest in their innermost desires, thoughts, and feelings, essentially wanting their audience to take an interest in them as a person, but they themselves were unwilling to do that for other people. Realistically, the characters in media that a person enjoys can say a lot about who they are, their personality, or their interests. Does a person enjoy bad boy types? Do they gravitate towards more emotionally complex characters? Do they like yanderes or kuderes? Can they appreciate manipulative types? Is that in all forms, or do they have exceptions to their rules? If you really pay pay attention to the types of characters that people take an interest in, sometimes even asking them why they like those characters, because in fairness, they might see something about them that you don't, you can get a better idea of what they're like as a person. People who like Spider-Man might do so because they were nerds in school, or they felt helpless in their home lives, and so they projected onto or aspired to be like him. Those who like She-Hulk could like her for her career-driven creativity, her panel-breaking snark, or maybe—
No. If you like She-Hulk, if you like 2022 She-Hulk, you're an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm judging you. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am judging you. I'm sorry. Like, the character. I'm not even talking about the show. I'm talking about the character, how they written this woman. No, you are an asshole. I'm dead serious. There's nothing redeemable about this character in the slightest. No, you cannot tell me.
Maybe they
Kofi
think
Streambot
muscular
said
women are
visit
pretty. People
Artextric's
who like
Kofi page
senshi
at
might have an interest in cooking, or are attracted to men who can cook, or maybe they have an aesthetic preference for derpy characters, or those with limited facial expressions. Maybe a person could like glitz and glam because they like bitchy characters, or because they like the opposing thematic duality of twins, or just because they're based on their favorite fish. Someone might like Double Trouble because they were a theater kid. They love the chaotic air that the character creates, their ability to pick up on and bring out people's insecurities, or because Double Trouble is body goals. There are multiple different ways to view and appreciate singular characters and properties, and the parts that people take preference to are going to change depending on the person. Look, here, I can even use myself as an example. I tend to gravitate towards intelligent characters.
Mr. Krabs returns. 3 said NGL. I agree with you. I rather like the She-Hulk from the classics.
Yes, if you like the classic She-Hulk, you're perfectly fine with me. This She-Hulk that they written, no, bro.
Trait to aspire towards, but I have exceptions to this preference. Smart characters are appealing because I'm curious about their motivations or their goals. I want to see what they're going to do next. If the motivation doesn't appeal to me, if I find it shallow or uninteresting, or I find their overall personality too much of an annoyance, maybe they're snooty or self-involved, then I might default to a different character preference. A character could be dumb as a rock, but if they're funny and compelling, that might not matter. Maybe they veer into hopeless romantic territory and they become more appealing as they are more honest about those motivations. You've got bad boys with hearts of gold, or those with a cat-like quality who play with their food. Maybe you take a different approach and make a character very sarcastic, something that's indicative of both intelligence and hidden insecurities that can be explored. Villains are exceptionally fun in that regard too, both intellectually and thematically appealing. Seriously, who doesn't love a good, scary villain? And that's exclusively talking about personality, when design also plays a huge role here. Like, I have a preference for oceanic and robotic themes, so characters based around those design elements might appeal to me more. But it's never a solid guarantee that I'm gonna like a character just because they do fit into those thematic preferences. My favorite animals are cephalopods, which is why I like multibrachial characters. I could just tell you those things, but where would the fun be in that when I could draw the characters that I enjoy and people can read into it? Someone who's really fond of space could have heavy celestial themes in their work, whether that be the color palettes of nebulas, references to the sun and moon, or themes based around the zodiac. People obsessed with food could create stories that allow them to draw or animate delicious meals. A person who loves monsters might create stories either dominated by those creatures, or which frame them in a sympathetic light, or even as main characters. Oh, totally forgot. People can also have character preferences based on that character's
damn, bro.
Their role in the story. That could range from things like protagonists, martyrs, joke antagonists, sociopathic villains, mentor characters, or even annoying mascots. Maybe things get a little more specific.
Retro says law.
Protagonists, but only if the character meets a certain other criteria, like redheads, even if the viewer themselves isn't a redhead. Someone could have a preference for optimistic female love interests, just as someone else could prefer angsty male ones. Characters who look almost exactly the same could be preferred or disliked based on that personality change. Do you like the criminal pseudo-dad trash man, or the brooding isolated explorer of the unknown? I myself enjoy intimidating Lovecraftian villains, as well as having a very notable preference for mad scientist archetypes. Whew.
Calm down. It got weird. Once she sort of showed the transform, oh god, here we go. Here we go.
Oh boy. Literally just looking at my persona, you can probably see my oceanic aesthetic preferences.
Retroclose says, oh my why law.
Like why?
The fact that I have an interest in characters with limited
Urban Sauce says Shockwave.
or the fact that I gravitate towards villain characters because black and green is a prominent villain color
Don't make
scheme.
it weird.
Subtlety and symbolism and media literacy and all that jazz. I don't necessarily have to tell someone that I enjoy these things. It should come across in an artist's work. It's just that the level to which they are able to do that effectively may depend on the skill of the artist and the audience's ability to read into and consciously acknowledge those nuances. Because that's another thing. Media literacy is often colored by the personality or experiences of the one doing the reading, which is why different people could like the same characters for different reasons. This artist either didn't have the psychological foresight to recognize that, or else just uncharitably boiled everyone who drew things that they didn't agree with as vapid, uninteresting, shallow subjects. And that does make you wonder, if they didn't have the psychological know-how to be able to read anything other than fame-driven hypocrisy from others, how accurate would any psychological assessment based on themselves even be? Wouldn't they be too clouded by their own perceptions of self, given that this was seemingly the entire driving force behind their work, and we know that projection
this is done.
does sort of make you wonder. There are
I actually finished the animatic. The only thing I need to do is just ink and color everything. The animatic's actually done, believe it or not. Scene 1, Scene 2, Scene 3, Scene 4, Scene 5. It just needs some polish and then we're done. That's it. We're actually done. Not even kidding. So that's Animatic 1 for repo. We have another Animatic 2 for repo. I gotta finish that. I didn't get to finish it because my computer fucked off. So we're gonna finish that one probably tomorrow. Or maybe later tonight. Depending on how the day goes.
Brightro says, yay, let's go.
I can't wait for this one to come out. It's gonna be pretty funny. How far done are we? Oh no, this is 50 more minutes of this. Alright. So I'm gonna stop it here. She had a great I enjoyed Ponder Sprocket. That's right, Ponder Sprocket. I enjoyed this little talk that she had. This conversation she brought up was really interesting. Good talk. You know, I wish we could have go more further. Maybe I might resume this conversation another day, probably tomorrow. It's 58:33 on the video, so 58 minutes in.
Rick says WSP bro.
Rick said WSP bro.
Hey Rick.
Alright. Rick says cool drawing.
Rick said cool drawing.
Thank you. Alright.
Says yeah, I used to watch her art drama videos.
Oh, you know who she is. That's cool. Okay, so I should give a follow. If Bri likes her, I'll follow her. Alright, so with that said, thank you guys for coming in. We're gonna go play some repo. I don't know if it's gonna be me, Mike, and Flynn, but if so, cool. But we're gonna play only on TikTok and Twitch. We can't play on YouTube because YouTube was always a problem.
Bourbon Sauce says woo repo.
So we're gonna go play some repo and continue where we last left off. We're on level 9. We're trying to get past 10. We never got past 10. I think I think we got to 11. No, that's a lie. We never got to 10. Or did we get to 10? I think we got to 10.
Says, are you on beta?
Are you on beta?
Yes. If you're wondering if we're going to use mods, no, not yet. The reason why is because my mods, their computer's not up to date, and Mike's computer specifically has issues. So, have issues downloading mods, I think. So, we're going to figure out a way to eventually get around downloading the mods and figuring out a way around that. So, we're just going to play the base game as it is on beta. So, if you're interested in that, that's cool. So we're going to play only on TikTok and Twitch only. I would play on Kick and YouTube, but that causes too much, pull on the stream. And YouTube always has an issue every time I try to stream on it. It's always some bullshit. So only on Twitch and only on TikTok. So I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. Give me some time so I can get everything set up and all that great stuff. So I'll be right back. Thank you guys for coming in. We made the repo. This one might come out first. I'm not sure yet, or the second one. We'll figure it out. But with that said, I'll see you guys in a few minutes, and we'll do the other repo Animatic probably later on tonight if I'm up late. But if not, then we'll do it tomorrow. All right, later, guys. I'll see you in a bit.